Look, wrong glasses. Oh.
Won't you bring back out a miracle love? Oh, can we bring back out a miracle love? Oh, bring back out a miracle love. Oh, bring back that miracle love. Should have got your ways of loving. Me and my girl were so surprised by this. Every day, another way comes, and every progress is coming so late. What does it feel like today? I cannot love you this way when you're so down cold. I believe you can be loved. Love you, believe you will love. I cannot love you alone when you're so down cold. When you're so down cold. Did you not find the liar in me? you, they say. Every word that you say is so down cold. The meaning of life is a dream. I wanna believe what you see. I cannot love you and bleed. Oh, you're so down cold. Oh, you're so down cold. Yeah, you're so down cold. Yeah, you're so down cold.
Hello. 5-minute warning. 5 minutes will be commencing. Good morning. Can I get you to take your seats, please? Don't take them too far because you will need to sit on them. Same joke as last night. Good morning. My name's Mick Wainwright and I'm the MC for this convention, or shortened convention, over the next 2 days. It's good to see so many smiling faces, except these are reading glasses, so you're all blurry anyway. Can I please ask that you turn your mobile phones to silent or off? If the phone goes off whilst we are doing any of the presentations and so forth, you will be required to give us the name of your tail twister back at your clubs, and the appropriate action will be taken then. If you're not sure, the restrooms are out the doors, up to your left, and then you'll see the escalators. Past the escalators, that's where the toilets are. Evacuation plan. You'll see the emergency exits. If we need to move, you'll hear the sirens go off. Staff will direct you on where to go. Now, for those of you who do not wish to be a movie star, this is being live streamed, as you would know, and on our YouTube channel. And if you do not want to appear on the screen, please avoid the camera. All right, COVID, masks are not required by law, but feel free to use masks if you so wish. We do have a small supply available. Now, if you have any announcements you would like me to make, please put them in writing, and I'll make them at the first appropriate time that I can. We do have reserved seating down the front here for anybody that may be hard of hearing, because there will be captions coming up on the screen. There may be a 40-second delay, so our lips will be moving, but you might not read what we're saying for a little while. Can I also ask, if you are presenting on stage, ensure you're here at least 5 minutes before you are due to present. And I remind you that it is a strict time period. Now, if you come up here and you're using slides, just press the green button, and that'll get everything done, okay? Now, just on that, we have appointed 2 time protocol officers, which I like to call my time bouncers. And these may get a bit involved when we get someone up here that may be a little bit verbose and exceeding their times. So I'd like to thank Sarah L. and Gemma for taking up this role, and I asked Jenna to come up and get her certificate of appointment. Gemma? So this is the crock of appointment. Thank you, Gemma.
Thank you very much.
Now, if you see Gemma coming towards you and you're speaking, you know you've run out of time. And if you have any questions or anything during the conference, please, when we go outside, ask or come up and see me through it. What I'd like to do now is to announce the official party. This announcement will form part of the protocols for today, so that every person that's coming up to do a presentation, this will be part of your intro. So if I may, I'd like to, in protocol order, MD 201, Council Chairperson, Delwyn Seaback. Past International Director. Yes, we're not doing a walk-in, everybody is seated here already. Past International Director, Tony Bembo, OIM, and Lion Sue. MD 201, LCIF Coordinator, Campaign 100 Chairperson, past Council Chair Lou Onley and Kay. MD 202 Council Chairperson Murray Pringle and DG Simon. Executive Officer Lion Rob Orlemans. National Treasurer, PD Past District Governor Bruce Unwin and Lion Diane. Legal Officer, Past Council Chair David Skinner, OAM. Global Service Team National Coordinator, Past District Governor John Muller, OAM and Lion Shirley. Global Membership Team National Coordinator, Past District Governor Anne Eldridge. Global Leadership Team National Coordinator, Past Council Chair Philip Johnson and Lion Anne. Marketing National Coordinator, Past District Governor Norm Alcock. Youth and Community National Coordinator, Past District Governor Dale Toby Crawford and Lion Julie. Deputy Legal Officer Ivana Blackkeek. And District Governors 2021, 2022 and partners. There's always one in a crowd. Now, as I said, anyone who is presenting up here will have to go through that list, so please memorise it. But if you're not sure and you don't want to, then we'll go into the short protocols, which will be Council Chair Dalwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers, one and all. And there is a copy of that up here. So that is the protocol for this convention. Now I'd like to go through a couple of apologies. So we have apologies from past International President Barry Palmer, AO, and Lion Anne. Past International Director Ken Bird and Lion Maureen. Multiple Districts 307 Council Chair Lorinto Setadonata. DGE 4 Grant Victor Gordon and Catherine. DGE C1 Zig Oasis. DGE Partner N2 Judith Fontaine. DGE Partner V2 Sam Anelsomo. And late DGE C2, I think it is, Ruth Pearsons. They are the apologies we have. So I'd now like to welcome our Council Chairperson, Dalwyn, up to the stage.
Good morning. I welcome all conventioneers, Lions, partners and friends to this, our 70th Multiple District 201 convention. Albeit a changed format, as you're aware, all due to the COVID circumstances we have been living in over the past 3 years. So we're looking forward with anticipation to getting back to what we actually think may be more normal. So I'm going to introduce you to the team of District Governors this year, and their names will come up on the screen, I believe. District Governor C1 John Barnes, who actually is an apology today, and partner Carol. DGC2 Daryl Morley, and I think I had a late message, she's an apology too this morning, and Barbara Morley. DGN1 Robin Parker and Brian Grieve. Maybe if you stand up and turn around now that you're here. Robin Parker and partner Brian Grieve. DGN2 Lorna Gordon and Pierre Sibland. DGN3 Glenys Francis and Peter. DGN4 Ron Parry and Barbara. DGN5 Sunil Amaratunga and Jacinta. DGQ1, Nicole Phillips. DGQ2, Gay Rebgetz. DGQ3, Steve Hood and Sharon. DGQ4, Kathy McCosker. DGT1, Robert Mantak and Wanda. DG14, Harry Brindley. And Z. And Z, Z's here, thanks G. And DGV2, Tom Blair and Jan. DGV3, Steve Boyce and Karen Boyce. And I'll just let you know that as of last night, Steve has been elected as the Council Chairperson for next year. DGV5, Keith Yates and Diana. DG, I think that's W, it's gone off the screen there. V6, yes, Stephen Kazenwaddle and Alison, I beg your pardon. DGW1, Michael Wolfe and Mary Ann. And last but not least, DGW2, Stephen Berry and Catherine. So this year, this team of District Governors, we met together in Canberra last year for their District Governor training and various meetings. And we have been unable to meet face-to-face together again since this week. So the bonding that District Governor teams create is always fabulous, and we have done all that virtually over the last 12 months. So thank you, team, for all our Zoom meetings and all those things, and it's been fabulous this week to gather together and share some fun together. It's been really good. I will now ask David Skinner to come and present an invocation.
Thanks, Chairman Delwyn. May I ask that those who can please stand. Lord, our God, as we gather today to celebrate our annual Multiple District Convention, we acknowledge our thanks and gratitude for the opportunity to make and renew the bonds of friendship which hold our association together and our members united to serve our communities. We give thanks for the opportunity to make thoughtful and proper decisions to ensure the continued governance of Lions Australia and the endorsement of our future leadership. Lord, we ask that our deliberations and our dealings with each other and all other persons be courteous, respectful, understanding and compassionate. Guide us during this convention to ensure the growth and success of our organisation, Lions Australia, in order that we all may continue to serve. Amen. Please be seated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Now could I please ask District Governor Q2, Kathy McCosker, to come up and read the Lions' purposes, please.
Lions Club international purposes: to organise, charter and supervise service clubs, to be known as Lions Clubs; to coordinate the activities and standardise the administration of Lions Clubs; to create and foster a spirit of understanding among the people of the world; to fund and otherwise serve the civic, cultural, social and moral welfare of the community; to assist financially, culturally and socially morally the disabled, disadvantaged and infirm of the community, both directly and also indirectly; to promote the principles of good government and good citizenship; to take an active interest in the civil, cultural, social and moral welfare of the community; to unite the clubs in the bonds of friendship, good fellowship and mutual understanding; to provide a forum for the open discussion of all matters of public interest, provided, however, that partisan politics and sectarian religion shall not be debated by club members; to encourage service-minded people to serve their community without financial reward, and to encourage efficiency and promote high ethical standards in commerce, industry, professions, public works and private endeavours.
Thank you, DG Cathy. Can I now ask District Governor V5, Keith Yates, to come up and read the Lions Ethics, please?
The Lions Code of Ethics. To show my faith in the worthiness of my vocation by industrious application to the end that I may merit a reputation for quality of service. To seek success and demand all fair remuneration or profit as my just due, but to accept no profit or success at the price of my own self-respect lost because of unfair advantage taken or because of questionable acts on my part. To remember that in building up my business, it is not necessary to tear down another's, to be loyal to my client or customers and true to myself. Whenever a doubt arises as to the ethics or rights of my position or action towards others, to resolve such doubt against myself. To hold friendship as an end and not a means, to hold that true friendship exists not on account of the service performed by one to another, but that true friendship demands nothing but accept service in the spirit in which it is given. Always to bear in mind my obligation as a citizen to my nation, my state and my community, and to give them my unswerving loyalty in word, act and deed. To give them freely of my time, labour and means. To aid others by giving my sympathy to those in distress, my aid to the weak and my substance to the needy. To be careful with my criticism, liberal with my praise, to build up and not destroy.
Please be seated. I feel as though I'm back in the army again, giving orders and people were doing it. And thank you, District Governor Keith, for doing that. Can I ask now Leo Emily Major to come up and to give us the Leo's purposes. Sorry, my apologies. Kai Spence is doing it.
Please don't call me Emily. Leo Club purpose, if everyone can stand. Leo Club's purpose, to promote service activities among the youth of the communities, which will develop an individual qualities of leadership, experience and opportunity, to unite its members in friendship, fellowship and mutual understanding.
And thank you, Kai. That we do get those changes from time to time. Now, can I ask, the next item on the agenda is a welcome to country. And we have Wandjuri Elder Auntie Joy Murphy-Wandon to do the welcome for us.
Well, Barbanine Yellingbu, which means good morning. It's really lovely to see you all here, and I'm just listening to your protocols and your process of Lions Australia, and I do feel quite happy to be here, that I'm included, to be not only here to pay respects to our community, but indeed thank Lions Australia for acknowledging and recognising First Peoples of country. We come together today. I was just saying to Leo on the way, and thank you too for guiding me here through this great place, huge place. My father could not believe what on earth has happened to a part of his traditional lands, which is here. And for me, it's an honour and a privilege. Never ever did I believe that in my lifetime or at any time that I would have this honour and privilege of welcoming people to a part of my father's traditional lands. And I'd like to pay my respects, especially to my dad. My mum was not a Wurundjeri woman, but so that's why I pay respects to my mum, and of course always my dad, especially, and always to my mum for bringing me into this world. To all our ancestors, elders and communities across this great nation, and of course our neighbouring islands. It's, when we talk about culture, it's not always, I think, accepted as that it's, well, you're not the only people in the world, and we know that quite well. So I just always like to express my acknowledgement of who you are, where you come from, and your belonging, because we all have cultures. We belong to someone, we have a belonging, and of course yours is specifically today the Lions of Australia, but your origin is where you come from, and that's where I feel really proud to be a First Nations person on this country. Can I just also say, in looking around the room, and I put my hand up now as a senior, well and truly, I've actually outlived my life expectancy as an Aboriginal woman by 19 years, so I'm here for a purpose, so I'm celebrating that. But I've also now, having heard the younger people, and I can't remember your name, my apologies, but there's a younger group that are coming through, and of course the little ones that are here. You are one big Narkwarran family, and I hadn't realised that at all. So it's so lovely to see, like we do, as trying to pass on to generations who we are and what their role might be, but particularly their responsibility and accountability in life. It's always a pleasure too, if I might say. I come from Healesville. Is there anyone here from Healesville? No, that's a shame. We have a beautiful Lions Club. Am I allowed to say club anymore? We have a store in Healesville that's been there for many years, and socio-economic reasons, they've certainly benefited the whole community. And, the people that have lived there, I've grown up with. So many have passed on now, so I'm seeing fresh faces as well. But I just want to say firsthand, thank you for what you give, your time and energy and support. And I see it firsthand at Healesville. Each of our communities have their own protocol of welcome, and it's about their belonging. And living in Healesville, I've got a nice supply of branches of gum leaves from the manna gum. However, if anyone knows that beautiful white gum, it's got a very long trunk, and so not always accessible. But I just share with you that in traditional times we had a young fella, about 15, who would have the courtesy of travelling to and from communities when there was a request for visitors to visit, and we call them the Annabul. But he also had a special job to make sure that we had those branches from the manigum. And he would make those toe holes with a stone axe, a green stone. If anyone knows about stones, they're quite hardy and, of course, are all sharpened by the use of rubbing against each other and then make those toe holes in the tree. As I said, my age is climbing, and today I have my son, which I'm so proud of, working alongside of me and helps me most times get these branches. It's a gift of the land that we share, and this gift we like to share with you. There will not be enough here today, but I'd invite you at some time, and I honestly can't remember anymore, although I do spend a lot of time in Melbourne, I cannot remember where you'll find a gum tree, which is pretty sad. But perhaps somewhere where you might live, it's the symbolism of it. I'd ask you to take a leaf from that branch. I'd also ask you to accept it as a gift from the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people. And should you accept this gift, I want to say Nodjkanwa, thank you. Thank you for joining with me to honour the spirits of my ancestors, my father, who have nurtured this land for many, many thousands of years. And also thank you because we believe that you help us return the spirits of our ancestors who have been so displaced for such a long time. Then now we hope that they can return safely and appropriately to their proper resting place. Also, I don't need to say thank you about working together because you've already done that for many years, but that's the way it should be, that we all work together regardless of who we are and where we come from. And just before I finish, I just want to say my father, in the end, was allowed to serve for his country, although he was rejected when he first enlisted because he was not regarded as a legal citizen of this country. I too gave birth to my first daughter when I was not regarded as a legal citizen of this country. And then my daughter, my own daughter, and I wondered what on earth, what have I done yet to not have that recognition. So for me, as I said before, it is an honour and a privilege to be here, to have that recognition and acknowledgement of where I come from, and to close on behalf of my father and our community in our Woi-wurrung language, Wominjaka, Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen, Kundibik, and you are most welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people. Nodjkanwa, thank you.
Thank you.
There's some to share.
Yeah. Can I keep these?
Of course.
Auntie Joy, on behalf of all those here present, I thank you most sincerely for coming and doing the Welcome for Country. It's just been beautiful, and I actually live in the country where there's lots of gum trees, so
good.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, and
Fantastic.
I thank you very much for coming
No
along
worries.
and doing that. So welcome. Thank you.
There's movement at the station. Now we'll have the official opening and flag ceremony, and this will be conducted by the DGs and the Leo Club of Boroondara.
Good morning. Council Chair Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers one and all, and Auntie Joy, thank you very much for that. We welcome you this morning to this morning's opening ceremony, the presentation of the flags of the nations and territories of the world where lines serve. The Lions International Flag Ceremony celebrates our countries coming together in friendship, cooperation, and global goodwill and the spirit of service. We serve as the world's largest humanitarian service organisation. Every country uses a special flag to symbolise its unity and independence. A country's flag stands for the gains, hopes and ideals of the citizens. It is hoped that in its own land a flag will command the respect of the citizens. Abroad, it should be respected as the emblem of a self-governing people. A flag represents an idea, an ideal. It is neither a mere piece of decoration nor an object to be honoured for itself. It is honoured for what it represents. Many flags are held in high esteem for their history, for their sacrifices made by the people, for the qualities for which the country and people stand. These can include the geographical location, or perhaps a distinctive physical feature, historical foundation, or the constitutional structure. We will now present a portion of the flags of our Lions International family and of our First Nations peoples. Feel free, Lions and guests, to stand to show your respect to any country of your choosing as the flags come in, and they'll now be brought in by our district governors for this year. Thank you.
The flag of the United States of America. We honour the flag of the United States of America as the home of Lions Clubs International. Our founder, Melvin Jones, and our current Lions Clubs International President, Douglas Alexander. Where is it? The flag of the International Association of Lions Clubs depicts our successful past and the creation of a vision for the future. The emblem displayed consists of a gold letter, L, on a circular area. Bordering this is two lion profiles facing away from the centre, one looking forward and one looking back. The lions face both past and future, showing both pride of heritage and confidence in the future. The flag of the United Nations. Lions Clubs International has supported the work of the United Nations since that organisation's inception in 1945. With a pair of olive tree branches and a map of the world, the emblem and the flag on which it rests are also inspirational symbols for people all over the world, for they speak to their hopes and dreams of peace and unity. The logo and the flag of the United Nations have become its symbols as it carries out its work on the world stage. The flag of our sister country, New Zealand. The flag features the Union Jack and the constellation of the Southern Cross, with red stars and white edgings on a blue background, representing the sea and sky that surround the islands. The Southern Cross depicting New Zealand's place in the South Pacific Ocean. We have with us this weekend New Zealand Council Chair Murray Pringle. We are proud to present our sister country flag of New Zealand.
The next flag for presentation is that of our friends to the north, Indonesia. Their flag has two colours, red depicting courage and white for purity. Indonesia is the home of the current Constitutional Area 7 International Director, Jazwan Zhou. Our next flag is New Caledonia. This flag is particularly symbolic, with blue, the clans of the sea, green, the clans of the mountain, red, the alliances but uniting us, the ancestors' blood, the fight, the sun, equality and life. The rooftop spear, the great case, symbol of the ancestors and the Kanak sovereignty over their land. On the 1st of July 1971, the flag of Papua New Guinea was approved by the Constitution of the nation. The Papua New Guinea flag landscapes the Southern Cross. On the fly, a raging bird of paradise is silhouetted. The design comprises of red and black traditional colours of Papua New Guinea tribes, and the bird of paradise is found on the national coat of arms.
For Ukraine. We are parading the flag of Ukraine today to show our support for the people of that country in its time of devastation. The Leo flag. Leadership, experience, opportunity. That's what makes a Leo. Members of Leo clubs embody the best qualities of our incredible organisation. They are devoted young people who realise the power of action. Together, Leos and Lions form a powerful partnership, one of mutual respect, where Lions learn from the innovative insights of Leos, and where Leos gain access to the proven strategies of those who've successfully served the world for decades. Our First Nations flag. On the 12th of July 1971, the Aboriginal flag was flown for the first time on National Aborigines Day in Victoria Square, Adelaide, South Australia. Since then, it has become the recognised symbol for our First Nations people. The red represents the land which nourishes the people. The yellow represents life-giving sun. The black represents the First Nations people of Australia and their pride.
The final flag to be presented is that of our nation, Australia. The flag has three elements: the Union Jack, the Commonwealth Star and the Southern Cross. The Commonwealth or Federation Star has 7 points representing the unity of the 6 states and the territories of the Commonwealth of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, the flag of Australia.
So let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, our beauty rich and rare. In gifts we take every stage, advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia
That concludes our flag ceremony. Please show your appreciation by acclamation for the efforts of my fellow District Governors of 2021-22. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for your attention during that flag ceremony, and thank you to my fellow District Governors for doing the presentation they did. I thought it was lovely. Thank you.
Now could I ask the Leo's Club of Bundara to come up, please?
Good morning, Council Chair Durban, distinguished guests, and conveners one and all. A huge welcome to everyone from around Australia visiting Melbourne. I hope you guys are finding your stay well, and those who are from Melbourne, welcome to the convention. I'm Shruti, and I'm here with my fellow lovely Leos, Emily and Josh. We are from Leo Club of Burundara, District V5. We are highly honored and grateful to have given this opportunity to officially open this convention and speak in front of respectable lions from all over Australia. We are so glad to finally have this convention after the COVID period, the rescheduling from Perth, but we are finally here now and it's happening. I became a Leo only 2 years ago, but I volunteered with a Lions Club back in India for over 6 years. So I've grown into the Lions community. Throughout school, high school, and now university, Lions and Leos have been the one constant thing that I'm absolutely thankful for. As Leos, let me rephrase that. As proud Leos, we are so grateful to have Lions supporting our initiatives and helping us lead them with their experience and knowledge. Being here at the convention this weekend among so many Lions and getting to talk to them is a great privilege. Moreover, we've got so many great speakers this weekend. To begin with, we've got the keynote address for humanitarian support in Ukraine, disaster relief in Australia, and doing good rewards. Presentations by international directors and council chairmen, and all the amazing Leo of the Year and Youth of the Year candidates who have traveled all the way here to be here with us. Let's not forget the panel discussion on inspiring community projects. It all sounds so knowledgeable and exciting, and I'm all here for it. Just like Lions, Leos are all over Australia. We have over 100 Leo clubs, including Alpha and Omega clubs, and about 1,000 Leo members working towards community service and welfare. To talk more about Leos, our relationship with Lions, and our projects, I'll hand over to Emily.
Thank you, Shruti. So I'm Emily, and I've been a Leo for 9 years. I started my Leo journey as an Alpha Leo in Rochester, Victoria, and about 2 years ago, I transitioned into an Omega Leo. Over these years, I've had the privilege to interact with many fantastic Lions from across Australia. And something I have noticed is that Lions are always willing to lend a helping hand, whether it's teaching leadership roles or even helping out at events. Leos have a special bond with Lions. We come to you for guidance and advice. We come to you for support and encouragement. And most of all, we come to you because we know we can rely on you. A bond between a Leo and a Lion is strong and something we cherish deeply. We all hear stories about fellow Lions forming lifelong friendships. And over the time, we've heard more Leo and Lion friendships forming, and that is something we want to encourage. We as Leos thrive to serve our community. And when it comes to serving our community, our Leo clubs across Australia do not hold back. In fact, our Leo clubs are making a change, and we believe they deserve to be recognised. Across Victoria, beautiful gardens are being maintained and providing proper sun smart for aged care residents. Yoga is being held in parks to help with mental health, and money is being raised for women struggling with menstrual health difficulties and for medical supplies to support Sri Lanka. Down in Tasmania, we have clubs working hard to make sure aged care stay in top shape by gardening, refurbishing benches, and even washing down residential units. Finally, up north, we have people swimming laps, cooking up a sausage sizzle, and even using trademark shirts to raise funds and awareness for youth mental health. You will even see a few cars driving around supporting a Leo scavenger car rally. Those are only a few examples of the amazing work that's happening across Australia. Our Leo clubs are extraordinary and are being recognised across the world. An example of this is the Melbourne Next Generation Club, who has recently been recognised for an International Kindness Matters Award. These type of achievements is what we're seeing from our Leos, and we will be continuing to see as years to come. Leos will be the future of Lions, and that is exactly what Josh will be talking about.
Thank you, Emily, and good morning, everybody. As Emily correctly points out, we see Leos as playing a key role in the continuation of Lionism. And that is why a day like today is so important. There are very few events in our calendar year now, particularly with the current pandemic, where we can all come together and where Leos like us have an opportunity to meet so many of you. Like Shruti, I haven't been a Leo for very long, but it's clear to me and to both of us up here that leadership experience and opportunity are what it's all about to be a Leo. And we're certainly going to be able to engage in those key tenets today. Coincidentally, we also have the great pleasure at this convention of celebrating two very big milestones: 60 years of Lions in Western Australia and 75 years of Lions in Australia. Now, I'm sure there are a few people here today, despite your good looks, who can claim they've been involved in Lions for a long time. Got one laugh, that's good. There's a few more. But something this span of time represents to me is the fact that Lionism is intergenerational and that it's bigger than one person, one club or one community. And one thing I've noticed about our special logo this year is that it says 75 years and continuing. While we may take an opportunity like today and tomorrow to reflect on our collective achievements, it's great to see that at the heart of our movement is a vision for the future, and that as Lions we make a commitment to continue to impact and achieve. As Emily described, there are so many projects to be excited about, and our very own sponsor shared with us recently their latest project involving the training of a hearing assistance dog. And when you read about 1 in 6 Australians suffering from some form of hearing loss, and that 400,000 people roughly are dealing with daily isolation issues as a result, you start to realise the genuine impact that these programs can have. So I invite those here today and those joining us via YouTube to really take in some of the stories that we'll be hearing, because it's oftentimes those stories of hardship that can spur us on and continue us on for next year and make us want to make a difference in our communities. So I hope everyone has an enjoyable convention and some memorable days ahead, and I look forward to meeting many of you in the coming days. On behalf of the Leo Club of Boroondara, we are pleased to announce that the Lions Australia Multiple District 2022 Mini Convention has officially commenced. Thank you and all the best.
You're running away on me. That's going to fall down. I have a certificate of appreciation for your club and yourself for coming along and...
Delwyn, probably need to...
Sorry. I was chasing them, see? So a certificate of appreciation for the Leo Club of Boroondara, and I thank Shruti, Emily and Josh for coming along and opening our 70th mini convention. We're titling it mini, but convention. And thank you very much. I've had the privilege of working with Emily a bit over the past 12 months in the leadership capacity, and it's been such a joy to work with Emily and get to know her quite well. So it's been wonderful to connect with Emily along the way. And congratulations, and thank you very much. You are the future of Lions, and we appreciate that. And we thought it was a fabulous opportunity to ask you to come and open our convention.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Geez, that's lucky. I thought the croc was coming out for the first time. Can I say thank you very much to the DGs and the Boroondara Leos Club. That was an excellent open ceremony. Thank you very much. Now, could I ask past International Director Tony Benbow to come up and introduce our next speaker, please.
Council Chairperson Delwyn, distinguished Lions, conventioneers one and all. Good morning. Isn't it wonderful to be together? Yes. It is. Tremendous. This morning I have the distinct pleasure and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Stefan Romanev, OAM. On reading his bio, I could be here all day, as it is so extensive of his community involvement both locally and internationally, but I'll try and abridge it a little. Mr. Romanov is currently the first Vice President of the Ukrainian World Congress, as well as the co-chair of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations. He also currently holds the position of Executive Director of the Community Languages Australia and has served as Chairperson of the Victorian Multicultural Commission under both of the Victorian governments. He has a teaching background and qualification, and prior to moving into the senior management in government, and his work has been very much working in a range of school settings. He's also served as chairman of the Victorian Government's Australia Day Committee. He has a successful career in brand building, change management, community building and strengthening, networking and strategic planning. I'll have to get him on board very shortly. He has been a member of a number of boards over the years, including the Starlight Children's Foundation, Council of Adult Education, and Commonwealth Ministerial Standing Council on Immigration and Multicultural Affairs, to just name a few. He has a very wide-based network, as you could well imagine, at all levels of government, media, education, sports, arts fields, and of course, NGOs. In 2001, he was awarded the Order of Australia Medal for his contribution to education and the culturally and linguistically diverse communities. In 2003, received the Centennial Medal for services to the community. He's received the 3 levels of orders of recognition and medals from the Ukrainian President and for services to Ukraine. He's also received the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine Medal for services to international relations. He travels extensively, as you could well imagine, in covering all of these portfolios that he has. The only issue that I have with him is the fact he's an Essendon supporter and not Richmond. But despite that, we'll still welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome our keynote speaker, representing the Ambassador of Ukraine, Mr. Stefan Romanev.
All I can say, Tony, is get on a winner, mate. Get on to Essendon. Council Chair Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers, one and all. Привет, добрый день, g'day, hello, kia ora. Could I first of all acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet on, pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and to Joy, if she's still here, a good friend. Before I go into my presentation, I'd like to just spend 2 minutes what I've experienced in the last hour. Good governance, good government, civics. They're the sort of things we want for those little people down there. Many of us here would have children, grandchildren. What else do we want out of life? We just want a normal life. We want to be able to live, make sure there's education, go for a holiday, but most importantly, give back to the community. My father came here in 49, and in 1949 my father was very much an integral part of the Tullamarine community and the Ukrainian community, and he always taught me that don't just give, but be a cheerful giver. And I think Lions, that's exactly what it represents. Doesn't matter where you go in Australia, you drive through a city, country town, and what do you see? There's a symbol there about Lions. You mentioned the flag, and I suppose when I start my presentation, this is exactly what we're talking about. That flag, it represents sovereignty, integrity, people, democracy, and so on. So let me just quickly go through what I'd like to say today. Who are we? The Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, the background to the war and some issues. And also take this opportunity on behalf of the new ambassador, Vasyl Miroshnichenko, who is in Perth at the moment, to pass on his best wishes. The Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, we're a peak body. We have 22 peak body members. There are about 50,000 Ukrainian background people in Australia. And we're also part of the Ukrainian World Congress. In the Ukrainian World Congress, we have 20 million Ukrainians outside of Ukraine in about 65 countries. Let's go about some of the facts. What I'd like to do today is just briefly demystify why we are where we're at today. If you heard Mr. Putin on the 9th of May, the victory speech, typifies the disinformation, propaganda, which the world has now acknowledged. Ukraine, for 70 years, was under Soviet rule. In 1991, Ukraine voted for independence and sovereignty. In December of that year, 95% of the people in the east that he says are Russians, voted for Ukraine's independence. Ukraine since then has had to fight for that independence, the revolution of dignity, at a time when there was falsification of elections. The then President Yushchenko got elected. We had the revolution of dignity in 2013, when again Europe, the pathway to Europe was being challenged. The nation spoke. So if we're talking about a nation that wants to self-determine, it has now proved that it wants self-determination and is now showing that it will continue to fight for that independence. The fact is that the majority of MPs have voted for the Europe integration. So when Putin says, well, you know what, when he got elected, my ambition is to reconstitute the former Soviet Union, and the biggest downfall of the 20th century was the fall of the Soviet Union. This country, plus the 17 other countries that were part of the Soviet Union, voted for independence. NATO, the whole issue of NATO. Ukraine has the right, it's voted, it wants to go, it wants NATO, it wants protection. Keep in mind that in 94, the Budapest Convention, Ukraine gave up its nuclear arms for the protection. The Americans, the Europeans, everybody was going to protect Ukraine. So when President Zelensky says, you know, that maybe that was a mistake, that is not a threat. The fact is that today we have a situation where Putin is trying to say it's all about NATO. Is Ukraine a member of NATO? No. Have any NATO countries tried to invade Russia? No. What's he going to do with Finland now? We're going to have another war in Finland because they want to enter the Soviet Union, the NATO. The EU treaty, and again, the President of Ukraine, that was tested, and the people said, no, we want to go to Europe. The Constitution, the Ukrainian Constitution has enshrined in it its path to Europe. So the facts of February 24, it has no legitimacy, the war has no basis, the claim to territory has no claim, and sovereignty and integrity are being violated. So, debunking the myths, denationalisation. Today, Putin, and this is not a new phenomenon, believe me, prior to 1991, in the Soviet times, there was a publication that the Soviets used to put out, which was called Vesti z Ukraine. Vesti z Ukraine, news from Ukraine. And all it did was, it spoke about the diaspora, so that diaspora that tried to look for independence, help Ukraine its road to independence, were all Nazi collaborators. We're all Nazi collaborators, we're all fascists. The rhetoric has not changed. For example, he says there is no war. There is no war. So Blind Freddy can see there's a war because thousands of people are dying, buildings are being ruined, schools are being attacked, hospitals are being attacked, and it's no war. We're defending our people. What does that mean? I mean, I've been to eastern Ukraine. In 2010, I ran a program called, we went into East Ukraine. Those two regions that he's talking about, they are more Ukrainian than probably the west of Ukraine. So when they invaded Crimea and Russia invaded Crimea and also Donetsk and Luhansk, 1.5 million people left. They left and were displaced, and they were placed in parts of Ukraine. So who are you defending? The regions. I've mentioned the regions. There's no legitimacy in what he says. That's like us saying, you know what, we'll just take Tasmania and Western Australia and we'll give it to New Zealand. There is no... we might be on a winner here. It makes no sense. And the fake news that comes out every day. You saw the horrific sights out of Bucha. Now, when somebody says, here's Lavrov, his Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Petkov, his mouthpiece, that this was a Ukrainian documentary. This was documentary that Ukraine put together to show the West. Thousands of bodies, women raped. There's an 80-year-old woman who's now come out, who was raped in front of her father, in front of her husband, who's an invalid. Documentary. So there's no justification. It is now a situation of genocide. It's a situation of international courts looking at war crimes. And we have here in Australia, through the Australian Federation, Ukrainian organisations, through a QC, William Lai started a group that is also investigating these issues. The dimensions, look, you can look at the dimensions, it's huge. It's huge what's being destroyed in Ukraine. One thing that's not being destroyed is the spirit. War, it stays with you for your entire life. And some people here may have been through the Second World War or Vietnam. And you know what that impact has on a person. Australia's response. We've worked with the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, with immigration, with a lot of other agencies to look at how do we get people out of that danger zone. So at the moment we have about 7,500 visas that have been issued. Of those, about 2,700 people have arrived. We have national committees, state committees, looking at how to settle people. Australia, again, it's been terrific in its support, punched way over its weight. Those bushmasters were a masterstroke, and Ukraine is now looking at more bushmasters, but there's been military aid, there's been humanitarian aid that Australia has given, and more importantly, I met with Minister Maurice Payne a couple of days ago, and she was telling me how Australia has fought at the international table to convince those who still don't believe that this is real. Ukrainians' armed forces, they're fighting. They're fighting the armed forces, the territorial brigades. A lot of what you see, they are individuals. Like, for example, you have your districts. Well, the Minister for Defence has created those districts and said, you know what we've got is we've got an army, we've got reservists, but you're going to defend your patch. And that insurgent type fight has been absolutely amazing. Ukraine's call-out has been nothing more, we don't want boots on the ground, just give us the military. Give us the military weaponry that we need. And we see that slowly the world is starting to understand that that's going to be probably the only way to stop this. I recently went to Ukraine and the Polish border. It's unbelievable. It was a fact-finding mission. But it was unbelievable to see people who were displaced. And I just want to share one little story for you. When we arrived, you may have heard there was a missile blast about 20 k's out of Poland, a Polish border, in a place called Yavoril. And we met the first lot of people who came off the bus. And a woman comes off the bus breastfeeding her child, has a little child in her hand, has another bag. And she says, you know what, I went to bed last night and I had plans for Sunday. We were going to church. And what happened? My brother wakes me up in the middle of the night and says, you've got to get out because missiles are flying. So I grab what I can and I go. And I see my father who doesn't want to leave as I'm going on the bus. And I say to my father who's going to church, pray for me, pray for us because this might be the last time. But I tell you, I like most guys, you know, you're tough. But I tell you, I broke down and cried when I saw that little child with a scooter. I have 5 grandchildren. My youngest is Emerson, who has that sort of a scooter. Just about the same scooter. I looked at that and I thought, my God, what has this poor child done to deserve this. That could be my grandchild, could be our grandchildren. Because, why? No respect for sovereignty, no respect for values, no respect for people, no respect for humanity. That's what's happening in Ukraine today. And just the slide you saw before then, we met with the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. We went to Lviv. We went to see what was happening because we wanted to get an understanding of how we can help. Spending time. If you can imagine our buildings like this, 1,500, 2,000 stretchers, people coming off a bus with their pets, with their children, with a bag, and in another corner, clothes, just stacks of clothes that people have donated. And if you go today to the Ukrainian Catholic Church in North Melbourne or the Ukrainian Community Centre in Sydney today, there'll be the same thing. We have brought people over here. People have been phenomenal. Australia has been phenomenal in its support. But this is how people are living now. So we've got nearly 6-7 million people who are now displaced. You have a whiteboard like that, and on the whiteboard, Spain, Portugal, where are you going to go? What am I going to do? And they're the sort of questions that we never thought that in 2022 we'd be looking at. So in Poland, it's a very highly organised operation. We're eternally grateful to Poland for what it's been doing. Our task has been to go out to government, and I've mentioned we've had those discussions. Government have been very, very supportive. We've lobbied for military support. We've lobbied for humanitarian support. We're working as a community, and we're pursuing Putin and his friends as war crime people. Meetings, we've had a range of meetings. So as of May, we have about 7,000 visas were issued. They've settled. We have a central database. We try to put people into jobs. We try to work with people in terms of creating women's networks. For example, I met with the Governor of Victoria and the Ambassador last week, and also Maurice Payne, about creating women's network. 38% are children. So there's about 600-700 children, plus 50% are mothers, because men can't come because they're fighting. So what you have is a situation where we have to deal with women. We have to deal with those women's networks. We have to help with that trauma of having to fight a war, live here, and know your partner's overseas, fighting. These are some of our partners. We work very closely with Caritas and Ukraine and with Rotary. We've raised, this is old now, we're just over about $4 million, humanitarian aid. So the humanitarian aid, we work with the government of Ukraine, Ministry of Health. What do you need? For example, 190 pallets of medical supplies have gone over. Qantas and others have helped us to deliver that. We also have a number of other programs that we're running, and what we try to do is get support on the ground, to understand what is the support required on the ground. So we're always working with people to understand what is required. For example, you saw in Mariupol, those people who are there at the moment, Azov and so on, how do we get support to them? How do we get support to those places that were bombed? How do we get, people are still living in shelters. And we've spent our money on different programs with Caritas around the world, with Rotary, sending support to where we think it's required. We also, through the Ukrainian World Congress, created a fund. We had about $20 million. I had a meeting with the Congress last night. $20 million has been spent. Body armour, those sorts of things, so we can support military, we can support body armour, we can support humanitarian aid, and we can provide people with advice as to what to do. But it is a major task. And we have a Ukrainian crisis appeal, U-Help, which helps with resettlement here with people, and also U-Help, which people who want to help the military. To finish, what's the roadmap out? Wherever I speak, people say, what's the roadmap out? Only God knows what the roadmap out. If you talk about somebody wanting to come to a table, well, what are you going to discuss? The only way out of this is get your army and get out. Is that going to happen? I'm not sure. So I think we're in for the long haul. And unfortunately, for the world, again, it's a dangerous time. On Australia Day this year, I was doing a TV program and I mentioned that war was imminent, and somebody said, oh, you're a warmonger. I said, we don't want war. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants war. But the fact is, when you've got these tanks going up and down on your border, and he says, "Oh, we're leaving now," and does a big U-turn and comes back, well, what do you think? We're here just for, just for a parade. So, to finish off, I think why is what you do, why the Ukrainian situation is so close to us, why you have the Ukrainian flag here, because we have ethics. We have accountability, we have principles, we have integrity, we have values. This is the war of values. If Ukraine loses this, the world loses. Because what it says is you're a tyrant. What's going to happen with China and Taiwan? What's going to happen with other places in the world? So we're in this together. We're in this together for the simple fact that I think collectively we have a set of values by which we live by. Sovereignty, integrity, respect for humans, all those issues, those values that we have are being challenged. And there is absolutely no, and again, I know people say, well, you're being subjective. I'm trying to be objective. I'm trying to be objective. I think I'm objective. But when somebody says to me, I'm going to come into your house and I'm going to smash the living daylights out of your house and then I'm going to take your house, well, hang on, how objective is, where's the sense of this? And that's exactly what Putin is doing today. And the world has now, I think, united. The world has turned around and said, we're going to do this together. We're in for the long haul. And at the end, I just want to say thank you to Australia, because Australia has done a fantastic job. To finish off, we have, for example, 2,700 people have put up their hands throughout Australia to say, we'll house people if need be. We won't need them. That translates to 7,800 beds. Australia has, and Australians have said, you know what, we're in this together. Why? Because we have values, because we have a certain world we want, and that's the sort of world we want for these young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, very much for giving this address today, and I think the acknowledgement stands for itself. Lions, as we know, our support is humanitarian, and Lions around the world have taken on board the support of Ukraine. There are 30+ grants that have been issued to Lions clubs and countries all surrounding the area of Ukraine, working with. We have 11 Lions clubs in Ukraine. Naturally, not all of them are operating at the moment. Lviv still is, and it's functioning. It's being a point of contact for so many in that area. Throughout Poland and all of the countries around are working together with Lions clubs, supporting those that are impacted, both within Ukraine and those that are leaving as refugees. As Stefan mentioned, our Lions clubs here in Australia are supporting those that have come across the shores and are now part on our land. We'll continue to do that. Lions has invested in humanitarian efforts over $1.3 million already, and it's still continuing. And we as an organisation, yes. And as many have said, we as an organisation are too in for the long haul into supporting those countrymen in the Ukraine, that we can help the best we can. As we said, that's what Lions are about. That's what our humanitarian efforts achieved. So again, thank you very much for giving us some real information and being able to understand it for somebody who really knows what's going on. I'll pass over to Council Chairman Dillon.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Stefan, for
talking football.
Thank you, Stefan, for being our keynote speaker this morning. I think it was a fabulous address and very informative for us to absorb the information you have given us. I have here a certificate of appreciation for yourself and a Lions emblem.
Thanks very much.
You can use.
Thank you.
Really, thank you. I'll put it. Oh, okay.
I'll see it footy.
One this time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, just before, we've got one video coming up from AP Singh, nomination for director. Just for a bit of advice before you go to morning tea, because we go to morning tea straight after that, there are 3 coffee stations out the back. 2 are only doing tickets, so if you've got tickets, go to those. The one down on the right-hand side down here, if you're paying for your coffee, you need to use that one. Okay? And I'll now pass over to Council Chair Delwyn.
So as you all know, we are an international organisation. Our governance is led by the international president. There is a process of nominating and standing as candidates for international vice presidents moving up into the presidential position. We're now going to view a couple of videos today. The first one will be a video from AP Singh, who is standing as candidate for international third vice president. The second video we'll see later today. So we'll break for morning tea as soon as this video is finished. Thank you.
Council Chairperson Delwyn, past International President Barry Palmer. What could I say to you, President Sir? You've been a great friend, philosopher and guide. You've been inspiring me. You've been hand-holding me. You've been teaching me how to follow my dream. You were truly a teacher in that respect. I truly stand indebted to you for everything that you have done for me and of course for our association. Past International Director Tony Benbow, a good friend, an individual with whom I have served on the GMT alongside on the International Board. It's been a pleasure knowing you and I look forward to continue to work with you. Past International Director Ken Bird, most importantly the Lions and the entire leadership of Australia. I remember my visits to your country. I remember the district convention that I attended with District Governor Chandra at that point of time in office. You do a great job. You are a role model for the entire world. It is indeed a privilege to have the opportunity to connect with you through this electronic mode. Let me start by congratulating each of you for the wonderful service activities that you have continued despite the pandemic. These are indeed challenging times, and continuing to provide the much need-based service has required courage, conviction, and careful execution. You have stood out as an example for the entire world. In fact, Lions across the world have made us all proud of the label pin that we wear. We can truly say that our concerns do not remain limited to our biological families only, and that as Lions, we feel blessed as we engage with service from the heart. You would be aware that I have received the endorsement from the current and previous international boards, as well as the executive officers, as a candidate for third vice president at the International Convention in June 22. I am most sincerely humbled with such trust and faith that the international leadership has placed on me. I am indeed grateful to the Lion leaders from across the world for their expression of support. And today, let me express my gratitude to all Lions here for your support. We are all here to serve as we build better understanding between peoples of the world through inclusive membership that represents the fabric of human race. I joined my home club 37 years ago. During this period, I have traveled through scores of conventions and area forums to break bread with friends from all parts of the world to be able to learn about their perspectives. Diversity is our trademark. After all, not only are we the biggest, we are also the world's most awesome service club organization. In the past, I have worked with global membership initiatives, leadership development, and assisted with fundraising for the foundation. I would also like to thank all Lions and clubs that have so generously supported Campaign 100. It is only because of Lions like you that LCI is recognized as a global leader in humanitarian service. I would strive to work as a team member to be able to build an environment where Lions from all parts can continue to serve more effectively to make an impact. We need to be able to draw the millennials and Gen Zers in our association so that we may become the Amazon of service. Our clubs and districts must open up doors for leadership and individuals from different ethnic backgrounds and different genders. LCI has been around for over 100 years. We owe it to our previous generations of Lions that we continue to occupy the top slot as #1 service club organization. And we owe it to our future generations that we leave the world a better place than what we inherited. What got us through the first 100 years may not be the same what the next 100 years would demand. Let us take an example. The manner in which the Lions have shifted to online and hybrid meetings is praiseworthy. That is an undeniable proof that we, as an association, are ready to adapt according to the changing circumstances. That guarantees us meaningful existence in the future. For what we have done, LCI already has a place reserved in the annals of human history of service. But our challenge is to continue to remain as relevant and impactful as ever. And you, my dear friends, are making sure of that. I promise to be a part of this exploration and experimentation, keeping intact the legacy of fellowship, leadership, and service. And I shall strive to be the voice of the Lions of the world. It would not be about me or my views, rather about the mind and will of the Lions of the world. My belief has been we lead to serve and serve to lead. I have this window of opportunity and I look forward to your support for electing me the 3rd Vice President at the International Convention in June. Thank you.
Thank you, and can I ask that everyone is back by 10:35, if possible, seated, and also a reminder that it's the Leo of the Year coming up straight after the break, so please come back for that. Conventioneers, please take your seats. We know there were a few queues out there for the coffee. The coffee goes all day so that you can go out at any time during the sessions and get your coffee. They don't just open during the meal or the breaks. It's open all the time, so you can go out and get a coffee when you like. All the 3 stations take the tickets, and the one down on the right is the one that you have to pay at. So just keep that in mind. If you feel like a coffee, they're open all day, so you can go and get it at any time. Just been asked to make an announcement. At the Glenside Lions Club from South Australia, at their last meeting, they voted unanimously to donate the takings of their second-hand bookshop next month to LCIF for Ukraine refugees. And they've raised $3,000. Can I ask that Lion Pam Bennett to come up and introduce the Leos of the Year event? Thank you.
Council Chair Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers, one and all. Welcome to the 2021-22 Leo of the Year. This is an important part of the multiple district and in fact the international program arising from the Leos program, which selects the Leo Advisory Panel here in Australia for the coming year. And today's winner will be the chairman of the Leo Advisory Panel during the 2023-24 year. The panel meets regularly and provides suggestions and direction to the Leo Committee, which I chair, and in turn the Council to develop and encourage the growth of Leos. You haven't come here to listen to me, so I'm going to get right into the program. So the first thing I'm going to do is introduce the panel of judges. The chairman of the panel is Lion Kerry McMahon from V Districts. We also have Lion Sandy Royal from C Districts. Lion Victoria Cochrane from T Districts. Past District Governor Ken Hallam from N Districts. And our community judge is Daryl Sutcliffe from the Bendigo Bank. This year we have 5 finalists. I'm hoping that next year we'll have 6, but this year we have 5. And I will introduce them to you now in the order in which they will be speaking. First, may I introduce Isaac Yao. Isaac is a member of the Melbourne Next Generation Leo Club from District V14, and he is accompanied by the V District State Coordinator, Lee Walkington. Just so you get to know our young people a little better, they will each be asked a question now, and they're going to answer it for you. Isaac, in spite of your youth, you have a long history with lions. Can you explain your passage of entry into Leos and how such an early exposure has helped you to develop your own community service ethic?
Well, to answer that question, Pam, I think I have a lot to thank for all the lions here for helping me throughout my journey. There's quite a few of you dotted around. I think it was as a cub in my dad and my godparents' Lions Club, as a cub, I was really involved in all the projects that we did, and I really loved doing them. And then as I got older, I wanted a little bit of independence, and I think a couple of the other cubs did as well. So we decided to start our own Leo club. But our Leo club would not be as successful, I reckon, without the help of our sponsoring Lions Club. They really helped us through the process, and yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Isaac. Our second finalist is Leda Blackie from King Island Leos in T districts, and she's accompanied by her state Leo coordinator, Lion Kelly Bryan. Right, Leda, you come from a small island community, but clearly you find plenty to occupy your members. Can you tell us something about the activities that keep you active in your community?
Good morning, everyone. So in our small community on King Island, the Lions Club and the Leo Club are a pillar for our community. And our community is, while small, incredibly tight-knit and close. So all our projects and our initiatives centre around getting in amongst the community and building those relationships with our residents. So a number of our ongoing initiatives, including that we do collectively and individually, is the recycling initiative, where we are partnered with the King Island District High School's Green Team, emptying bins, advertising, and just generally raising awareness about recycling. Another role we do is taking care of the aged care residents at Snodgrass Park. So we clean units and get them ready for new tenants. And finally, of course, we support the initiatives of our sponsoring Lions Club, the King Island Lions, in all that they do, and lend a helping hand wherever we can. So, thank you.
Are you starting to feel tired yet? Our third finalist is Luke Tamman from Baldivis Leos Club in W2, and he is escorted by the W District State Coordinator, Lion John Clare. Luke, can you explain how your love of reading turned into a Leo project and how it all came about?
I just love reading since, I don't know, maybe the age of 5. I just love reading books, can't get enough, love the feel of them, love the smell of them. They got like a nice, I'm not sure how you'd explain it, but a nice smell, and I just love books, and I wanted other people to experience reading books and like have the same joy reading books as what I did. So I was like out one day, I don't know, camping somewhere, and I walked into some shops and I saw this weird box, and my mum and I went to investigate, and it turns out it was like a book swap box. So I brought back the idea to my Leo's Club, and now, probably about a year later, just over a year later, we've got nice book nook swap books. Yeah.
Our fourth finalist is Eliza Gisberts from the Cathedral School of St Anne and St James Leo Club in Q2, and she's accompanied by the Q District State Coordinator, PDG Des Sawyer. Eliza, can you tell us how being a member of Leo's has helped you establish a strong sense of belonging to both your local and international community?
Part of my Leo's Club, we've been lucky enough to be part of many projects, locally and also international. Part of those projects have been like the Zonta birthing kits, and that's an international project, or our local projects, which is about like helping the women's shelter. These projects have helped people in need, and we all know that everyone has struggles. So if we can help just relieve a little bit of that stress and hardship That is what we are here to do. So.
Okay, our final finalist is Ridmi Nanyakara from the Leo Club of Cherrybrook in N5, and she's accompanied by past District Governor David Emanuel, the N District State Coordinator. Ridmi, you are the only Amiga in this year's program. This one, yeah. How does your involvement with an older Leos group help fulfil your wish to serve your community?
So the Lions help us with all the projects that we run. I think something that they really help us, that they give us, is they give us a lot of knowledge. So, for example, we recently had a bucket collection, and as I'm sure all of you know, that when we have bucket collections, some people usually use the excuse of, oh, I don't have cash on me. So the Lions actually gave us an FPOS machine, which we've never had before, and that really helped us because we got a lot more donations from that, and people couldn't say, you know, when they said, oh, I don't have cash, we said, well, there's an FPOS machine here. Another thing was they also helped us with the formal application for the bucket collection. You know, it's quite a long, difficult process, but they assisted us with that. They also give us a lot of encouragement. So sometimes our club feels like, you know, we feel a bit overwhelmed and there's a lot of things to do. And that we can't achieve it, but the Lions always encourage us to, and they push us to achieve what we want to do. So for example, we had a trivia night for the Lions recently within our district. And we were trying to get the Lions to come to the event, and we were sending email after email, but we weren't getting any tickets sold. And then so the Lions actually suggested that we call up the Lions instead of sending emails because they don't respond to the emails. And then, so they provided us with the directory with all the names, and between the Leos, we split up the names in the directory, and we got calling, and we actually got quite a lot of Lions to join after that, which is really great. So that was great advice by them. And I think also they give us the opportunity to service. So they give us the opportunity to do things we would not otherwise be able to do. For example, we do spectacle drives with the Lions. So the Lions, they get people to donate used spectacles to the Leos and the Lions, and then the Leos help clean the spectacles, and then we've in the past sent them to Sri Lanka, where they've been distributed to underprivileged individuals. And we've also done tree planting with the Lions, so they were the ones who got the donations for the trees, and then we went out and we planted those trees as well. And also there's a diabetes convention coming up, which is to educate individuals about how to prevent diabetes, and we actually have the opportunity to live stream the event, so we just get to get involved in that, which is really great. So that's how I say the Lions help us. Yeah.
Thank you, Ridmi. Now, yesterday, all of our finalists took part in an interview with our judging panel, and today is the last section of the judging. So they'll each now present to you a 5-minute speech. There will be a first gong at 4 minutes. Oh, sorry. I should have asked the state coordinators to leave before I did this, I'm sorry. First time. Be gentle. So there's first gong at 4 minutes and then a final gong at 5 minutes. Judges, you ready? Okay, I now call on the first speaker. Actually, before I do that, can I ask Kai Spence to come to the stage, please? Again, I tell you, first time, I'm sort of learning the ropes. Kai is the Leo of the Year has been Leo of the Year during 21-22. He was selected at the Canberra Convention last year. So Kai is here in his role as Leo of the Year. So take a seat. And I now call on the first speaker, Isaac Yao.
Thank you, Pam. All right, firstly, before I start, can anyone tell me what Newton's 3 laws are? All right. Next question then. Can anyone solve this equation using Pythagoras? All right, 16 squared plus 9 squared equals what squared? 25. Oh, someone might have actually got that. I don't know the answer. All right, I'll ask you guys one final question. Can everyone please take out their news article and show me your annotations from last week? Really? Okay. None of you have done your homework. Apart from these few guys up here who actually did their maths homework, well done. I'm standing here in front of all these adults, and it's weird that I suddenly ask these 3 questions, right? So why are we expecting children in schools to know the answer to these questions? We as students are expected to memorize everything we are taught, so we can what, pass the test? Nah. Schools fill us with information that at the end of the day, we probably don't even remember. Schools say they give us education, but if schools have done their homework, they'll know that education actually comes from the Latin root educe, meaning bring forth or bring out the best in someone. Instead, school fills us with information from as early as prep and foundation, even sometimes in kindergarten. Schools appreciate each and one of us. They tell us that we're unique and special, and we're different. And yes, we are. We're all brought up differently, we're raised differently, walk, talk differently, and we also behave differently. But most importantly, we learn differently, and we have different interests. One person might want to become a basketball star, the next Michael Jordan, the next GOAT of sport, right? But another might want to become the next Picasso, or maybe who want to solve climate change or help the world in some sort of way. Either way, we're all different and we have different things that we enjoy. That is our spark. What schools do though, however, they put out our spark by teaching us something that we don't want to learn. We are all different and we learn different things and we have different interests, yet they teach the same thing. We might fail one class and then think that we'll fail the whole semester, the whole year. I have an example. You guys might be thinking, firstly, that what is your solution? How will I be able to solve this? Well, I have an example for you. This was actually from yesterday that inspired me. I had a chat with a couple of other people about the school system in Finland, and that really inspired me to add this to my speech. In Finland, I did some research. In Finland, they have no standardized testing, so students don't have to stress or worry about any of the tests. They also value cooperation over competition, meaning they don't have any lists or grades that determine how good or intelligent you are, and they also have priorities of the basics. Basics meaning food. Students get free food every day. They have easy access to healthcare and things like that. They also, in Finland, start school at a later age, say 9, 10 years old. That's like for prep. That is in hopes of, hold on, let me try and remember. I've all this school stuff stuck in my head that it's filled up all my memories, so now I can't think of this. Okay, they start school later in hopes that for early childhood development, and without that, little young children won't be able to thrive in school. They also wake up later, they start school later, at a later time, and end school earlier so that you don't have depressed and uninspired adolescents coming to your classes and falling asleep. They also have a more relaxed environment in school so teachers won't judge you as much. And they also have less homework, which is pretty controversial, but they do have less homework. Yes, English is important and maths is helpful, but I think needing to memorize a periodic table is a bit unnecessary, especially if you want to become a singer or a dancer. That makes students worry that they have to be good at everything. It kills a child's spark. If they prioritize learning over memorizing, then F wouldn't mean fail. It would simply mean find another answer. If they were really worried about our success, do I have to finish? They would try to find our passion and reignite our spark. Schools can, instead of limiting what you learn, let you choose what you actually want to learn. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you with one final question. What is school for? Thank you.
Okay, I now introduce to you Leader Blackie.
Thank you, Pam. And before I begin, I'd just like to say massive congratulations to Isaac on an exceptional first speech. It's not easy to go first, so you should be very proud. Well done. Council Chair Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers and members of the Leo Lion family. I've inherited a wealth of wisdom in my 17 years on this earth. I've learnt that bad news never gets better with time. I've learnt that a positive mindset will radiate positive outcomes into your life. And I've learnt that you should never put metal in a microwave. Or colours in with your white bed sheets when you put them in the wash. I learnt those the hard way. I could go on, but if there is one thing I want to impart to you all today, let it be this: the wise words of Eleanor Roosevelt. The purpose of life, after all, is to live it, to taste experience to the utmost, to reach out eagerly and without fear for newer and richer experience. Truth be told, I'm an army brat. So growing up, we moved around a lot. Essentially, wherever the army sent us, we packed up and we went, of course, taking us all over the country. As a kid, moving around was tough. The first big shock came in 2017 when we were posted out of Western Australia, where we were lucky enough to spend 8 years prior. Now, as a kid, you don't really understand postings, nor do you worry about them. It's easier to make friends, find common ground, and adapt. When I graduated primary school and was moving to Darwin to start middle school, it was extremely daunting. My dad, bless his heart, phrased it so well when he broke the news. He said, "Girls, do you want to live in the same place forever, or do you want to embark on a new adventure as a family?" I didn't want to leave, but 12-year-old self and my 10-year-old sister, we chose the adventure option. 17-year-old me now realises we didn't actually have a choice in the matter. While it was an exciting new chapter of my life, I didn't know what was around the corner for me. I was starting high school in a new territory, coming home to a new house, and having to start from square one on the friend area. While I was leaving behind family, friends I had grown up with, and the only place I really knew. Around that time, it was so tempting to shut off, to keep myself bottled up so that when we had to move again, it wouldn't be so hard. Maybe it would even make it easier. Because honestly, making that move was probably one of the hardest things I've had to do in my life so far. What my mum said to me back then is so important and will resonate with each and every one of you in this room. She said, "Leader, bottling yourself up, keeping yourself to yourself, that's not living. You can't not go out and make friends just because you might move away in a year. You can't not experience this beautiful city because you miss your old one. You can't not go out and live every day and make the most of it because, darling, that is not living." So I went out there. I wore my heart on my sleeve and I opened myself up to everything and everyone. and thank the Lord I did, because I ended up loving Darwin more than I ever loved Perth. I ended up making the best friends I've ever had and doing so much while loving every single second of it. I lived, despite what may or may not have been around the corner for me. But you know what? You never know when you're going to go. The truth is, no one does. It is when you start shutting yourself up and bottling yourself up, like I was so tempted to do, that you stop living. And it is when you stop living that life and its incredible opportunities passes you by. And trust me, you don't want to miss that. Live your life to the absolute fullest, because your life is there to be lived. Live every day as if it may be your last. Do what you want to do, be who you want to be, and chase your dreams, because there are some people who don't get that opportunity. I will close with the same remarks I opened with, the incredibly life-changing words of Eleanor Roosevelt. The purpose of life, after all, is to live it, to taste experience to the utmost, to reach out eagerly and without fear for newer and richer experience. Thank you.
I now call on Luke Chairman to come and speak to you.
So first of all, before I start, I'd just like to say thank you all for being Lions. Like, from the bottom of my heart and probably everyone else's, thank you for doing what you do. You're amazing. You should be really proud of yourself. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. Books can be something, a sort of world you create inside of your mind. Picture this: you sat down in your favourite cosy armchair by the fire, ready for mystery, ready for adventure, ready for romance. Well, maybe not romance. You open up your favourite book, a classic, Harry Potter, and boom, you're gone. You're being whisked away into the book, climbing and swinging, exploring and returning, and most importantly, meeting new people, or visiting old friends. See what I'm talking about? Books seem like they've only taken 5 minutes, but in reality, it's nearly been 5 hours. Books are one of the most important parts of your life. They not only teach you about our wonderful Earth, they can also transport you to another planet or even a whole new universe. Being a book reader can benefit you in many ways. Whether you read one book a week or one book a month, you're still getting enjoyment from reading that book. I introduced the idea of the book nook to my Leos Club. Then, along with my fellow Leos, I've created a book nook that encourages kids and adults to swap a book from their home with a Leos book, so they can relax with a new book they haven't read before, or perhaps pick up an old favourite. The book nook is a two-sided cupboard stacked to the brim with books. Books can recall the past or predict the future. The book nook is a new initiative that not only encourages people to read, it also teaches Leos about our public image. What I mean by this is that if we haven't been doing our responsibilities of cleaning the book nook, it will not look good. And our public image will be that Leos are not good and don't care about their project, the book and their projects. We don't want this, so we encourage the Leos to go down to Stockland Shopping Centre and clean it up. Doing this, we are fostering teamwork and responsibility within the Leos, as we've all taken ownership to make sure we present the best possible experience to the public. Books are also a source of education, whether it's a book is about learning math sums or a book about adventure skills. There's fiction books for escaping and adventure, and there's non-fiction books that have real-world skills. The book you read is giving you knowledge, and as they say, knowledge is power. Other Leo clubs have expressed interest in adopting the book project, and the Stockland Shopping Centre is a national chain of shopping complexes and have offered their support to help the project expand onto new territory wherever on the earth nationally. On a personal level, I've enjoyed reading the Harry Potter series so many times. This has led me to a small modest collection of Harry Potter Lego, not exceeding thousands of dollars. Of course, just don't let my parents add it up, folks. I was able to learn and follow instructions to build a small-sized collection or city, which has been fun to build, and which has helped to experience the book as if I was there on the set. The printed word is a work of art, whether it be on a sign, in a letter, email, or book, or even a banner behind a plane. Some of my other favourite authors are Roald Dahl, David Williams, J.K. Rowling, Ian Blyton, Dr. Seuss, and many others. I find that books have a nice smell, especially new books. But the best books of all are the old books that have a smell of the past. It's almost as if the books have been tucked away in a time capsule with all the ideas, all the history, all the culture, and all the places it's been tucked away and stored, infusing it with a nice aroma that it has today. I'll start off with the same thing I said at the start. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. This poem often inspires me to choose my own path, be different, and go out of my comfort zone. Today, I've gone out of my comfort zone. No matter how old or young you are, try to find time to sit down, relax, and escape to a book. Thank you.
I now call on our fourth finalist, Eliza Gisberts.
I'd just like to thank everyone for being here today and listening to all of us. When I was preparing for today's address, I kept reflecting on my journey to this lectern. As a younger person, my parents actively encouraged me to join any extra activities. But I countered that suggestion at the time. Wouldn't that interrupt my basketball training? After all, I could see myself making the Australian women's basketball team. Let's admit it, I do look like a basketballer, don't I? I have the height and speed. Well, I thought I did at age 6. Don't get me wrong, I still love playing basketball. However, without the experience of Leo's has given me, I have the confidence to speak to you today. Thankfully, I did listen to my mum and dad. The years of participating in projects, mixing with others, and working to achieve goals to benefit other people, when often seemed very daunting, developed my confidence and my understanding of my role within our community. My name is Eliza Gisberts, as you know, and I am honoured to be sponsored by the Townsville Northern Suburbs Lions Club. The purpose of LEOS is to provide developmental opportunities for young people to enable them to make worthwhile contributions to society. My passion for community service began in the scouting movement at age 6. Camping, arts and crafts, and weekends in a tiny sailing boat are just some of the activities I enjoyed. These activities were lots of fun and eye-opening, and most importantly, they taught me important life lessons along the way. My experiences with giving support to others began in homes for the elderly. We were taught to say hi and greet the elderly residents. We played bingo and entertained with my not-so-great violin skills. My involvement continued over the years. Throughout Scouting, I spent 2 September holidays as an activities coordinator for a camp for children with disabilities. I developed patience and communication skills and came to understand the importance of humour in developing the self-esteem of these children. I grew personally through these experiences, and I learned to appreciate my talents and skills more. It was a fun experience that I will always look back on. I joined the Leo's Club upon arrival at the Cathedral School in Townsville. I was impressed with the community outreach projects the school participated in and the being aware of the social and global issues that I couldn't wait to be part of. The Leo motto, leadership, experience and opportunity. The opportunity to experience leadership has been so valuable to me. As a club president, I had needed to display good organisational skills demonstrated through Leo projects, as well as communication. I didn't join Leo's thinking about what it would do for me. I joined because I wanted to contribute to the community. However, it goes to show when you involve yourself in activities, other benefits spin off. And that is why has been my experiences with Leo's at Cathedral. The Leo Club is all about providing experiences for community service. A project that I found the most fulfilling was the Samaritan's Purse Shoebox Appeal. As this was my first major project, I started to plan with the rest of the enthusiastic members in my club. And by the end, we were able to donate over 40 boxes to countries around the world. This project impacted me because I have been lucky enough to visit some of these countries where the boxes were delivered. I truly believe that children receiving these boxes should have the same experiences as we do when it comes to Christmas. When members of the Leo's Club were packing these boxes, I loved seeing the joy on their faces, as they knew the destination was to less fortunate children at Christmas. Everyone was so engaged in the whole process, and we realised even the simple thing like a hair clip can bring so much joy and satisfaction to a child in need. The Leo Club also assembled Zonta birthing kits for women in developing countries. Finally, the Leo motto talks about opportunity. Working with Leos has provided a window of opportunity for us to reflect on social, environmental and economic issues and medical. It is a goal to grow the club membership in the school, as benefits of participation are far-reaching and connect us to our own community in ways that we would have never before. In wise words that came from the founder of Lions Club, Melvin Jones, he believed that you wouldn't go far in life unless you helped those who were not well off. I have taken this advice to heart and appreciate that all lives have challenges, when we need to support others and build the best community we can. Thank you very much for the honour in addressing you today. Thank you.
I now call our final speaker, by no means last, last but not least rather, Ridmi Nanya Yakara.
I'd also like to thank all the Lions for all the service that you provide to the community and providing us with the opportunity to compete in Leo of the Year, and a special thank you to Pam, I'm not sure where she went, but for organising all of us to come here. I have chosen to discuss my personal journey into Leos. I often hear people saying things like, I could dance before I could walk, or they could sing long before they could talk. Well, I think I was a Leo before I could walk or talk. My parents have always been heavily involved with the Lions. I still vividly remember being 8 years old, coming downstairs with my Tamagotchi and my Fruit Loops to see hundreds of glasses overflowing my backyard floor. My parents with other Leos were disinfecting these glasses one by one, then repackaging them in bubble wrap. I later discovered this was all part of the Spectacles packaging initiative, only a portion of the Lions undertaking at the time, the annual donation and distribution of free medical aids to underprivileged communities in Sri Lanka. However, at the time, as an 8-year-old, I just wanted to sneak into the corner and start madly popping the bubble wrapping. But this all changed after traveling to Sri Lanka that very same year. I witnessed a young girl a few years older to me, struggling to read the last few letters of the eye chart stuck to the wall. I remember picking out a pair of sparkly purple glasses when I could not read the same letters during my eye check back in Australia. The glasses allowed me to see what Mr. O was projecting on the wall, projecting on the board in school, and read the Chronicles of Narnia. After completing the eye test on the young girl, the optometrist reached into the box secured with bubble wrap and pulled out a pair of brown repackaged glasses. After placing on the glasses, her face filled up with an expression of joy and appreciation. With the glasses, she could read the letters on the eye chart, and when she went back to school that day, she would be able to see what her teacher was writing on the board. Unlike me, the young girl could not afford the eye test or glasses, but the Lions donations had provided her with both. I later walked around the medical camp and saw sick patients receiving much-needed medication. Witnessing the difficulties the underprivileged to access resources so readily available to me developed a deep sense of empathy within me. While seeing the life-changing impacts of Lions' generosity fueled a desire to give back to my community. I promised myself that once I graduated from high school, I would join the nearest Leo club, and in 2018, just 1 month after completing my HSC, I did exactly that. I joined the Charitable Leo Club and have loved every moment of it since. Funnily enough, one of the first Leo events I participated in was the Spectacle Packaging Initiative. I once again had the pleasure of traveling to Sri Lanka and witnessing their donations. That year, there was an additional project, the Days for Girls International Program, an initiative focused on distributing and promoting sustainable menstrual health solutions to girls in developing countries who would have otherwise had to miss school during their period. The girls' eagerness to receive the solutions, followed by their positive reflections in the months to come, further grew my respect towards the Lions and the Leo's ability to recognize areas of need and provide first-hand assistance. Since the Days for Girls program, I have been able to participate in tens of other social service initiatives in our community. I love that just like the Lions and Leos clubs can recognize areas of need and then provide support, so can the Leos. For example, our club recognized that the COVID situation was causing financial and physical burden. To alleviate some stress, our club organized some community events. These events provided the community with a prescription of fun and a free antidote for stress, while raising much needed funds for mental health services. Each of these community events has been organized alongside a set of genuinely caring, compassionate, and light-hearted individuals. These individuals not only complete the job at hand, but are a great company. They always make the atmosphere calmer and more relaxed during stressful organizational tasks. In addition to providing me with an opportunity to give back, Leos has introduced me to a set of friends that I shall share for life. My journey with Leos and Lions has been raw-some overall, and I'm excited to see where it takes me next. Thank you.
Well, the Leo committee, all those Leo's advisors and also the parents, I'm sure are like me, just so proud of these young people here. is just amazing. Please give them another round of applause. Now, as you'll see from the program, each of the state finalists has won a prize of $500 each as their state prize. And I have a certificate of achievement for each of them, which I'd like to present now. Isaac? Leader? Luke? Eliza? And Ridme. Okay, it's customary at this time now for the Leo of the Year from the previous year to give an address to the convention. So I call on Kai Spence to come forward and to speak to you. Those of you who are in Canberra will remember Kai as the winner of Leo of the Year. Very worthy, and I'm sure he'll be as entertaining today as he was back then.
Cheers. No pressure though, I suppose. Oh, they're onto it with me with my PowerPoint. So yes, as Pam introduced, I was lucky enough to win last year's Leo of the Year. And you hear all these speeches and you get such a great impression from these youth behind me. But some of you may not actually quite know what it is that we as Leos do, and by extension, the process that these guys go through. So you get to see a small piece of the great work that these guys do in their presentation, that one quick question. But Leos as an organisation, we are very similar to Lions. We have our own projects, we have our own bank accounts, we have our own boards, and each one of those people behind me currently has or currently sits as a president, vice president, secretary or treasurer. So when we are ready to move into Lions, we are fully prepared to start taking your positions. So be scared. So now I'd like to start on my year as the Leo of the Year. Next slide, please, guys. There we go, my year in review. So I'm going to address the glaringly obvious part of this slide first, and that is the news article that is featured. And as you may or may not notice, that is not me in the main photo. That is, of course, my wife. And no, she has not let me forget that she got the main photo. I'll address the rest of it later. So the things that I got to do in my year, firstly, were slightly interrupted as per everyone's year thanks to COVID. I wasn't quite able to travel through some of the borders. I wasn't able to make it to all of the conventions, which I was lucky enough to be invited to. Some of you didn't invite me, and yes, I do hold grudges. I was the guest speaker at the Q4 convention, which was the only convention I actually got to go to in person, because that is my district. And I was actually struck down with gastro. So on our way there, I was having to get out the car and throw up every half an hour. So it was great fun. I was a virtual speaker at the Q1 convention via Zoom. I actually left my work Christmas party. Had to lay off the drinks for a little bit, come in, present my speech, then went back to it. But I actually thoroughly enjoyed it because there was another inspirational youth that spoke at that same convention. Those of you who were there and who listened to Youth of the Year last year would have got to hear her speak. I've consulted on the updated child safety policy. All please read that. It is a heck of a lot of fun. I was the virtual speaker at the Kiama District Leos Luncheon. They're currently in progress with creating their own Leos Club. I believe they've got 6 members, and hopefully they're very soon to chartering their club, which is absolutely awesome. I am a member of the advisory panel, which all of these Leos behind me will join me on for next year, but this year I get to actually chair that panel, so we'll make some great things happen. And I spoke at some potential Lions in Yeppoon, which I will actually address next in my next slide. So this was actually the highlight of my Leo year. And I'll talk about this slide a lot, and you can see the two photos there of Ruth and I speaking. And the reason it was the highlight of my year is because I've been a Leo and therefore a member of this organisation for 10 years. I was a charter member of my club because we had a passion to spread the awareness of suicide. My sister lost her best friend, and that impacted her and by extension everyone in her family. So we made a Leo's Club because we were a group of passionate people and we were going to change the world whether you said we could or not. We were going to make a change, and we did. We spread suicide awareness cards that went all around Australia. They were accepted as a National Lions project, and we made a real change. But as those 10 years progressed, you start to fall into the system, and you start to realise that, oh, you can't change the world, you can only change a little bit. And the organisation goes, we can't do that because of insurance, and things start to change. You come up with the ideas and you realise my club's not big enough or whatever it is, and you fall into a routine. So our club fell into the pattern and is still in the pattern of doing the same projects each year. So I'd like just a show of hands as to how many clubs have done the same projects year after year and plan to keep it that way. By show of hands, please. A few people are feeling nervous, obviously. So there's nothing wrong with this, firstly. There is nothing wrong with doing the same projects because, as everyone will say, and nobody will deny, Lions are fundamental to our nation. But how many of you can honestly say that you and your clubs haven't fallen just a little bit stale? How many of you have actually done a project that is new recently? Excellent. How many of you couldn't sleep the night before because you were so excited about what that was doing? And that is why this was the meeting that was the highlight of my Leo year, because meeting with this group of youths, they had ideas I hadn't even thought of. Now, you might be looking at me going, you're not that old. These people were 10 years younger than me, and they were making suggestions that I just had never thought of. They were bringing up ideas, and it sparked something where I didn't sleep that night because I was so excited going through all the bits and pieces that were possible again within this organisation. All that is possible through Leos. Some of these people felt at home knowing they had a club where their passions were heard, where their passions were important, and they felt at home. And those Lions members and those Lions clubs in the room who host Leos clubs or who have something to do with Leos, you are the people that make that possible. So thank you very much to those people. You don't know the impact you have. I truly believe, as I mentioned earlier, that my sister, when she witnessed her best friend take her own life, and she got through that process through knowing that she could make a difference, and that is what Leos provided her. So some of you may think that Leos is just an organisation where we get out and have some fun. And whilst we do that, and boy do we have some fun, Leos does change lives, and by you allowing us to be here, and by you going out and starting your Leos clubs, you are giving youth a home, and you are giving them a platform to experience their passion. So thank you. Now on that, the cliche for my next slide is that Leos are the future. And whether you like it or not, we are, because you guys are not getting any younger. And neither am I, as my kids keep telling me. So Leos are the future, and it's cliche, but as I've got on my slide, the three reasons, and it's so hard to put them into three reasons, but the three reasons as to why I see that as happening. I didn't put the age on there, I thought it'd be courteous. So Leos ignite passion. And as I said earlier, we sit in our Lions clubs, in our Leos clubs, and we spend years after years doing the same projects, and whilst they make a change, we're constantly getting the same demographic. We're getting the same people who have lived a similar life, and we often get the same ideas. We're targeting the same people, and we're raising money for the same organisations. And there is nothing wrong with that, but we need to evolve, and we need to adapt into the future. And the Leos do that. The Leos ignite your passion, the youth. It doesn't have to be Leos, but youth, and typically Leos, we will ignite your passion for those projects that you haven't thought of yet. New ways that you can target those areas that you think need help. We will bring that to your club. And that doesn't have to be your Leos club. Speak to the youth that are here. Find youth on the street. You don't have to have your own Leo's Club. I recommend it. But find a Leo's Club in your area and get involved with them. Bring them in. Hear what they've got to say. Give them their platform. I've just gone through to the second one as well. But the third one is we will challenge you to improve. Like I said, when we finish our time in Leo's, we know how to be president. We know how to run our projects. We know how to take minutes. We know how to look after the bank accounts. So we will challenge you to improve, because how many people here want to be bested by someone who's less than half your age? Great. Those people, I hope you all have Leo's clubs. But we're coming, and we will challenge you to improve. We will challenge you to not get stale. We will challenge you to explore the things in your club that make you passionate. We will challenge you not to just to accept that this is what we do because it's what we've always done. That is not acceptable. You need to move forwards, and we challenge you to do so. Find your new ideas, find what makes your club members passionate, and explore those. So, now that you're inspired to get youth, the big question is always, how do we start a Leo's Club? And I'm not going to address that, because if you want to know that, it's a longer conversation than what I've got time in my speech. But what I do want to address is why Lions clubs don't start a Leo's Club, because everyone should. So, next slide, please. The biggest excuses used by Lions. Now, I'm going to start with the middle one to go out of order, and that is that clubs are not passionate about youth. And a lot of people will tell you that you can't run your club like that. But that's just not true. If your club is not passionate about putting the time into youth, then please do not start a Leo's Club, because you will ruin those youth that are passionate, and they will not come back to this organisation when they are ready. Leo's Clubs do take time, we do take nurturing, and we do need your attention. So if your club is not passionate about putting the time into youth, then please do not start a club. There is nothing wrong with that. You are still making such a great change, but we need people who are as passionate in us as we are in our community. Now, on to the first one. The biggest one is that youth are not passionate. That is just wrong. If that's the excuse you are using, you are lazy and not looking. Does anyone remember Greta, the girl that got up and stood in front of the world and told them to wake up to climate change and to the environment? Now, whilst many of us may not agree with how she said that, the one thing you can say is that, wow, she was passionate. And she is not the only one. The only difference between Greta and every other young person on this earth is that she was allowed the platform to experience her passion. Leo's is that platform. Those of you who allow Leo's to join a club, to make a club and push for that club, are giving youth their platform to experience their passion. It might not be the environment. It might not be making sausages at a fair. It might not be the typical things that Lions do that we're passionate about. But the youth are passionate. We might like trains. We might like basketball. We might like doing online gaming forums. It might not be something you're aware of, but we are passionate about making a change to our community. You just need to look. Which brings me to my next point, is you can't find youth. Now, I find this one laughable when Lions tell me that we don't know where to find them. So how many people do Youth of the Year? Yeah, keep your hands up. How many of you do Peace Poster? Yeah, okay. How many of you do the speech or the poem that goes with the Peace Poster? Not as many people. What about Story Dogs? Yeah, okay, we've got a few. These are all just some. We've still got childhood cancer. We've still got the mobility units for children. These are just some of the nationally recognised projects that Lions do for kids. And when I was in my Q4 district, I named a whole page of ones that were just specific to Q4. And there'll be specific ones that Lions are doing in each of your districts dedicated to youth. And I use the analogy that imagine being a young person where you need reading glasses, where you need mobility help, where you're struggling to read and this dog comes along and helps you do that. And Lions are the people that allow you to live a fuller life. Wouldn't you want to give back to those people? Wouldn't you want to help the people that have just changed your life so massively? Because that's the impact Lions has on most youth. And yet we're simply neglecting to say, hey, you should be a Leo. You can help people like we've helped you. You are important. Please join our community. It's as simple as that. There are already people that you are helping and that you are making such a massive change. All we have to do is let them know that they can do the same thing. It's that simple. Now, the last thing that I'd like to use is before we change to my next slide, I'd like to ask a question of how many people have heard of a company called Kodak? Some of you may or may not know where I'm going with this, but Kodak, I find Kodak very similar to Lions, because Kodak was the massive company behind film, behind photography. They were the industry leaders. People would say, go buy a Kodak, not go buy a camera. And Kodak in 97, in the 90s actually, Kodak invented the digital camera. Now, how many of you here use a digital camera? Hands up. How many of you own a Kodak? In the 90s, Kodak invented the digital camera, and they had an 80% market share of the photo industry. But the board decided, we don't do digital cameras, that's not what we're about, so they squashed it. In 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. Kodak had the answer to save their company and to maintain their 80% market share. It was literally right in front of them. Currently, Lions is celebrating 75 years. Kodak was around for longer than that, for 100. We've got the answer for our future. The answer is Leos. Are you going to neglect that, or are you going to embrace it and embrace the future? Thank you very much, guys.
We done good last year, Kerry. Okay, now you poor people have been sitting there for ages. You can resume your seats if you want to go back. I do have a couple of presentations to make, and also I believe that District Governor Kathy from Q4 also has a presentation. So, Ruth, could I ask you to... Kai, I didn't ask you to go. Help. You know, you just can't get good help these days. Ruth, could I ask you to come up? And if you have to bring the girls, that's fine. I'm sure these people would love to see them. For those of you who aren't aware, Ruth Spence was the Leo of the Year way back in Geelong, and has actually been the chairperson of the Leo Advisory Panel for 2 years, thanks to COVID and the fact that we didn't have a convention in Adelaide. So, first of all, I have a certificate of appreciation and achievement for Kai Spence as the MD 201 Leo's Leo of the Year 2021-22. And a certificate for Ruth Spence, representing the MD 201 Leos as the chairperson of the Leo Advisory Panel 2021-22. I've only got the last year on that because I think she got one last year. Thank you. Now I hand over to District Governor Kathy.
We've recognised that COVID has interfered with some presentations that are well overdue, and Kathy has those presentations to make now.
Thank you, Delwyn. These presentations have a little bit gone MIA. So we tracked them down, and I'm very, very pleased to say I was finally only handed them this morning, but my little tracking thing's been going for a couple of weeks now. I would like to say thank you. I am very, very proud as Q4 Director, and also I live very close to Ruth and Kai, to have them in my district. And man, wouldn't you guys all like to have them in your district? So, na. Ruth, I am extremely proud to finally give to you the Leo of the Year award and the medallion that you so rightfully deserve. So, here you go, my dear. Okay. Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you.
And also to Kai. His has also gone MIA. And Kai, I'm very, very proud as well to award to you your certificate. And they do have a few other trophies, mind you, that they took home that year, but they did not get that little medallion that is theirs to keep forever. So thank you.
Mine's slightly better than Ruth's, though, right?
Oh, mine is exactly the same. There you go. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, no, come on, you can come in. Thank you.
No.
So thank you guys, and as you can see they've got two little girls with another one on the way, so that is our future.
On behalf of everyone here present, I thank Pam for her presentation of the Leo contestants, and I thank all the Leo contestants for their fabulous speeches. I think we're all enthralled with each of their speeches and their vision and their insight. So thank you everybody, and thank you to the Leos. Thank you also to the judges.
Do the next video.
Oh, the next video first?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we are running ahead of time, which is great. Yes, I think Kai set us a couple of challenges there, which will be good. My own club has a Leo's club, and thankfully they have over 70 members in it at this point in time. So it is a great organisation and needs your support. All right. We'll now watch the video for first International Vice President Brian Sheehan, and then we'll come back with the rest of the program.
Hello to everyone in multiple District 201 to this mini convention. I hope you are all doing well. I'm your first International Vice President, Lion Brian here, all the way from Bird Island, Minnesota. Lion Laurie and I wish we could be there in person, and we are hoping that you are all doing fine under these continued unique circumstances. I know that you have spent the last couple of years differently due to this pandemic that we're in. This appears to be our new normal, and I appreciate you asking me to present here at your mini convention. We have to look forward to technology like this if we want to continue to move forward and take advantage of that. Our international president, Douglas Alexander, has the best theme for this year, Service from the Heart, and it continues on. We need that more than ever, when in this world, kindness matters more than ever. What was this pandemic feel like to you over the last couple of years? Laurie and I got home from our travels and they said, just stay home for a while until this pandemic passes. And we thought maybe 1 week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and it just kept coming and coming. It kept hitting us in the head all the time. We've had a lot of obstacles hitting us in the face all year long, but you overcame them during our toughest year ever in COVID. I feel it coming to an end. You're chomping at the bit to get out of the gate. Many of you have been very successful in getting through these years. So let's have this interaction. Let's prepare for the coming year and prepare for this new world. And we have to be excited for that. Now is the time to take advantage of that opportunity over the last couple of years. We're seeing the light at the end of this pandemic tunnel. And I want to tell you how proud I am to be a Lion and to see what the Lions and Leos of multiple District 201 have done in the past number of years. We cannot use this pandemic as an excuse. We need to turn it into an opportunity. This pandemic has brought a number of bad and sad things to the world, as well as a lot of things going on in our world today. But we need to get past this, and we need to turn it into opportunities for us. People in your communities want to serve more than ever. Let's take that to create new clubs and rejuvenate our clubs with people just like you, quality members. We are all about helping each other, aren't we? In any way that we can. I want you to go out there and make a great day, because it's up to you and you alone to make a great day. Never forget how you and this organization does that for thousands and millions of people each and every day. Again, thank you from Lori and I, and we look forward to seeing you in person in this next Lionistic year. Thank you so much for making a difference, and have a wonderful convention.
Now ask Council Chair Delwyn up, and she's got a couple of announcements to make.
First announcements that I'm going to be making are the announcements of the results of the notices of motion that were all voted on virtually prior to this convention. They're coming up on screen, I believe. Now, all notices of motion were passed. The information about how many people voted and the voting differences will be displayed, I think. However, they will be published. You will all get them. Every club will receive the information anyhow. So they're coming. Okay, there we go. The notice of motion outcomes. Total votes registered were 916 delegates' votes. Notice of motion number 1, the endorsement of the financial report was carried, of course. You can see the results there. Just scroll through. Would you mind just scrolling through? Thank you. You can read them for yourselves. As I said, they will be sent to every club, the answers, the results. As you can see, the 2025 Multiple District Convention will be held in Traralgon, Victoria.
Before we do that, I'll make some some announcements because everybody will leave.
Okay, so Mike's going to make some announcements, and then I have an envelope I need to open here and make this announcement.
We just thought we would make the people wait a little bit longer. Okay, just some announcements before we go to the break for lunch. Please, can the PDGs please stay in here? We will be having the PDG AGM here straight away. So before you go to lunch, please stay here. That'll be conducted and then go to lunch. Lunch venues, there are various lunch venues around the site. If you head down the way you came in, head out to the end, turn left and then left again. There's a mall and food court over that way. So there is plenty of places around to go for lunch. Also, the ANZI Pacific Forum in Cairns, September this year. If you booked last year and did not apply for a refund when it was postponed, your registration is still valid. You will receive an email to reselect your forum sessions and rebook your accommodation. If you've not yet registered, come and see the team at the table in the foyer, and you can register for the ANZI Pacific Forum while you are here this weekend. So take advantage of that, please. And lunch, back from lunch at 13:45 or 1:45, please, right on the spot. And we'll call to order at that time. Thank you.
Winner of the Constitutional Area 7 International Director, whose term begins on the 1st of July this year. I haven't seen this. I'm opening it right now. So it's news to me as well, if I get it up the right way. The ID candidate for 2022 for the next 2 years, I think it is past District Governor Tim Irvine. Tim, would you come forward, please? He'll have an opportunity later in the convention to make a much longer delivery to you, but so I'll introduce Tim to everybody. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you.
I've been privileged to get to know Tim over the past few years, especially when I was doing training for District Governor, because he was one of the lead trainers in our district for a while. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you. You're saying
so Tim's our new International Director, and I think we'll close for lunch now. We'll have you talk to us later.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wish that heaven had visiting hours, so I could just show up and bring the news that she's getting older. And I wish that you met her. The things that you learned from me, I got them all from you. Can I just stay a while and we'll put all the world to rights? The little ones will grow and I'll still drink your favorite wine. And soon they're going to close, but I'll see you another day. So much has changed since you've been away. I wish that heaven had visiting hours, so I could just swing by and ask your advice. What would you do in my situation? I haven't a clue how I'd even raise them. What would you do? 'Cause you always do what's right. And we just talk a while until my worries disappear. I'll tell you that I'm scared of turning out a failure. You'd say, remember that the answer's in the love that we create. So much has changed since you've been that heaven had visited.
our mission is to raise funds and build partnerships to invest in the people and projects that contribute to and target.
Welcome back, conventioneers. Welcome back. I hope you had a good meal and you're ready to go for another couple of hours. So if anybody starts to fall asleep, we'll actually do some star jumps and get everybody up and running and rearing to go again. A couple of announcements. Not sure if you're aware, but at last year's convention, Deborah Hutton got up and was one of our keynote speakers. Tomorrow night on Channel 7 at 8:30, there's a show called Spotlight, and she is featured in there again, speaking about some of the cancer elements. So if you get on and have a look, we're not sure what the content will be, but we do know that the filming she did in that at the convention last year will be included in it. So if you get the chance, go on and have a look at Spotlight tomorrow night. Keep forgetting this microphone is a little bit hears everything I mutter to myself, and I've got to be careful I'm not saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. So now we're moving into the afternoon session, and our next item on the agenda is for our panel discussions, and that is inspiring community projects. And can I ask Council Chair Delwyn to come up, and she will do the introductions. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. The panel discussion is with three panellists this evening. This afternoon, the fourth panellist has had to withdraw. The first panellist is Jaswinder Singh, and he's a representative of the Sikh Volunteers Australia. Is Jaswinder here in the room?
Yes, we're all up the back.
You're all up the back. So come on forward, please. Yeah. We also have with us Cinnamon Evans, who is representing Ceres. And they can explain more about themselves.
Fantastic.
And the third panellist is Andrew Kelly, who is representing the Antarctic Science Foundation.
That's right.
You've been to Antarctica?
I have.
One of my Lions members has been to Antarctica 3 times as a mechanic.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and I'm very much looking forward to your discussions with us this afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So hello everyone, everyone in the Lions family and delegates that are here. I'm LJ Locke. I'm a Lion. I'm a member of the Hunter Business District Lions Club, drafted in by Rob Orlemans, no less. I'm also the CEO of Alpha Consult, who along with Sariel are very pleased to provide PR support to Lions Australia. We have a panel of extraordinarily inspiring guests joining us this afternoon, and we're going to have a bit of a conversation. So hold on to your hats, sit back, be inspired, and this is an acknowledgement as well of all the incredible work that each and every one of you do. So the focus of now is about inspiration. It's about hearing the stories of contributions that people are making in terms of being game changers. So we're going to start by having each of them give a little bit of context about themselves, and then we'll break into a conversation and around why they do what they do, lessons that they've learned, thoughts that they can share, and we're going to have some fun. So I expect to see lots of smiles out there. Andrew, over to you.
Good afternoon. Hi. Oh, we've got some... G'day. First up, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we stand and recognise their elders past, present and emerging. My name's Andrew Kelly, and I'm the difficult third child. I'm one of 8 boys, grew up in a very big family, and I had two other older brothers above me and a kit of them below. And I started out in life as a trained economist. And so I'm fully qualified to tell you exactly how the world doesn't work. I went into banking for 10 years, and then after banking with Macquarie, Westpac and Bank of America, I set up an advertising firm which I sold, and then with a little bit of life experience I thought that I would like to do something a bit different and contribute to the social bottom line of our society rather than always the corporate bottom line. And so I responded to a job with Chris Riley at Youth Off the Streets, and he asked me, well, what do you know about charity? And I said, well, probably not much more than anybody else, but I've got corporate experience, I've got a lot of relationships, and I'd like to bring those to your organisation because the work that you do is eminently worthy, looking after kids at risk. And so that was the start of a journey that I've been on for the last 20 years working in philanthropy. I've worked in kids at risk, education, medical research, drug and alcohol, rehabilitation, domestic violence, and it's so satisfying to be able to contribute in this way. And so today I come to you, I lead the Antarctic Science Foundation, which is a relatively new organisation that is designed to fund and encourage young researchers in Antarctica to go down to the icy continent and to delve into what I call the greatest library known to humanity, except we've barely read any of the books. And so that the research that we're doing down there is actually looking back in our history, and when it comes to our future on this planet, a guide can be found in the past. And so the Antarctic Science Foundation backs tenacious people and projects in the air conditioner of the world, a continent that for at least 50 million years has been accepting and returning heat and carbon to the globe so that everything works in balance. And now we are in a time where that knowledge is becoming ever so vital to our way of life. What encourages me is the young people that go down into the most extreme conditions to do this work, to understand our world, and then come back and bring with them the results, the data, but also the strategy and the mitigation that we need to continue to sustain our way of life on this planet. So I'm really privileged. It's a privilege to be here today. I get that. I thank you for the invitation to be here and to converse with these amazing panellists. Thank you very much.
Now, Andrew, of course, didn't use any of the slides that he'd prepared for his introduction, so Cinnamon may have to scroll very quickly through. Oh, there we are, perfect. Thank you, wonderful AV team.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge that this is a time of climate and ecological crisis and express my gratitude to everyone who is working to protect our earth and our future. So as LJ mentioned, my name's Cinnamon, my pronouns are she, her, and I have the very great privilege of being the CEO of Ceres. I'll tell you a little bit about Ceres in a moment, but my journey, in 1991 finished an undergraduate degree in secondary education, and I was invited by my housemate to come to a funny little backwater place in Brunswick and teach some school kids about some environmental things. And so that was 30 years ago, and obviously since then that funny little place in backwater Brunswick has transformed into a very significant community visitor centre in Melbourne's inner north. and I'm now the CEO of that organisation, and we're a large and very diverse organisation. I'm incredibly proud. So I've spent 30 years of my life and career growing the organisation and contributing because I believe so deeply in its purposes. So I'll tell you a small bit about what we do because, I probably need a whole hour to explain the whole diversity of our activities, so I'll just give you a quick snapshot and then I would like to just speak briefly about what it means. So Ceres is an integrated system of social enterprise, urban farming and sustainability education. And as I mentioned, we're based in Melbourne's inner north, actually across 4 locations. So our activities are organised, and I call this the vortex of engagement. So we have programs that focus on home and this feeling of home and belonging and being part of nature, being grounded in place and being connected to community. We're also a school for discovery and learning. As I mentioned, I started my career in that team. We now teach young people who visit us. We go out into schools. We also have a large program of education for adults, all around sustainable living. We're an urban farm. So we have 2 market gardens, and those support a local food system in Melbourne's inner north. And we also, in our market area, which is our social enterprises, trade in organic food, plants, timber, sustainable timber from Victorian farms, and also we provide hospitality and various other economic activities in and around our park. And wrapped around all of that is this idea that if we can tell stories about change, then we can change systems. So whilst our actual activity in Melbourne is significant, it's actually the idea of what we do, the idea that the world can be a different place, that we like to use the practical evidence of what we do in Melbourne to inspire people in other locations that they might, try different projects and try different things as we do. I'll just briefly run through some ideas we've been working on recently. So what we're seeking to do is move towards healthy ecosystems, resilient communities, regenerative food systems, and also local wellbeing economies, and those are all interlinked. So in order to better understand our work, we used our model for change based on Danella Meadows' iceberg model of systems change, and some of you may have come across this model. So she talks about how at the very surface level, poking up above the surface of the water, is this notion of events. We see things happening in the world around us. But just below the surface, we can identify underlying patterns. And below that, the systems that we have in place that give rise to those patterns, and even more deeply than that, the mental models, the way in which we think about how we construct our world. So what we wanted to do is try to understand what's not working well in the world at the moment, because obviously at the events level, we can see compounding disasters, storm, flood, bushfire, extinction, pandemic, poverty, all of these things that we all work to address on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. Underneath that, we can identify patterns of intersecting crises, and there's some words up there, I won't read them all out, but essentially global climate and ecological crisis, economic exclusion, and so on. Now, none of this is good news. I'll get to the good news in a second. So, what gives rise to those patterns? So below that, we have these systems that are extractive. We take from the earth, we have industrial agriculture, we have, fossil fuel technologies. It's just the way in which we relate to the earth is extractive. And so then we can dig even further down under the layers and see, okay, why are we extracting from the earth in this way? And it's because we think of ourselves as separate from each other and separate from the earth. So we have this, in this culture, a narrative around separateness and separation. And if we're separate, then we don't have an obligation or responsibility to our fellow beings, our fellow humans, and the earth. So what are we doing about that as an organisation? Well, we say, if people can have experiences at that events level of connection, of magic, of love, of belonging, of participation, of learning, of meaningful employment, then those in our pattern of activities give rise to regenerative systems. As I mentioned before, healthy ecosystems, resilient communities, regenerative food systems, and so on. And so underpinning all of that is a story of connectedness, that we're connected to each other, we're connected to the earth, and we understand our lives in the context of the human and ecological systems that sustain us. And through that, we find meaning in our own lives. I'm sure that so many of you would be so familiar with these ideas. I'm hoping that I'm reflecting back to you things that you already know. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's an honor and a privilege for me to be here in the presence of all of you. I will acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, just like the speakers have done before me, and I pay my respect to their past, present, and emerging. My name is Jaswinder Singh. You can see on the screen. I'm secretary of Sikh Volunteers Australia. So Sikh Volunteers Australia basically is an organization that is working on reducing the distress in the community by providing meals and moral support. And when I say the distress in the community, it's not like that we want to help out to the communities only when there is a pandemic or if there is a disaster. We want to reduce the distress in our day-to-day life. Whatever the hardship people are going through, we want to provide an aid, a kind of supporting hand. And the meals is being chosen because of the two reasons, because that is like one of the essential needs of our life, psychological needs. When the people who are in distress, they have one meal available, then that is something that they do not need to worry about, and they can put their energy and efforts to something else which is more productive for them. And secondly, because being a Sikh myself, there is a concept of langar in the Sikhism that is giving out the free meals or free food to everyone, regardless of religion, culture, or ethnicity or race or anything. So we have just taken off that principle from the faith and then put it onto the meal on the wheel kind of service, and then we are distributing it. So that's what the Sikh Volunteers Australia is, and we are doing it. This organization is being started in 2014 by a group of friends, all first-generation migrants, including myself. And the whole idea was at that time that we have come now to this beautiful country, Australia. It's our decision, it's our choice to come down here, and we are enjoying a good lifestyle, a very good education system, primary, secondary, university schools, and everything, a very good medical system. But what is our give back to the community? We came over here, this country has accepted us and is providing us everything in abundance, but what we are giving back, how we gonna relate ourselves to this beautiful multicultural community? So that was the idea behind it, and that's how it's been started. And today here we are after 7 years or 7.5 years. And I think we have learned that the path we have chosen at that time is good. It is providing aid to the community, and we are doing what we are supposed to do. There are a couple of things probably we will discuss laterly, and that in those things I will try to explain you what Sikh Volunteers Australia do is why they do it, how they do it, and what we got back when we are doing that kind of service. And it's, again, I have to say this, that it's an honor for me to be in presence of so many lions. I've been to you guys' presence in so many other occasions as a guest speaker at your clubs and stuff, but had never seen such a big full room of the lions. This is the first time I'm looking at, and it's an honor for me. Thank you for having me here. Thanks a lot.
Okay, now we get into the juicy bit. I mean, you've had a very quick taste of just how extraordinary our panellists are, and of course they're here as a result of the sponsorship of Business Events Perth, so we're very, very grateful for that. So let's start with a really difficult question. What is it that makes you get out of bed each and every day? Cinnamon, we'll start with you.
Thanks, LJ. I have to say that it's not easy every single day because we do, all of us look around us and see that, as I mentioned, not everything's going brilliantly well in the world. But I think we're incredibly lucky, as Jaswinder said, to live in such a beautiful place with such privilege. And I feel as though it's my personal responsibility to make a contribution. Also, when you go to the depths of despair and think, oh, everything's terrible, then where do you go from there? The only place you can go from there is, well, I'll just do the best I can with the time that I have and the resources that I have, and I'll just, have as much integrity as I can and do my best. So that's what gets me out of bed.
For me, it's a simple concept of the faith that we follow. Before I explain that, how and what it is like to be out there every day, I think there are two major factors in that that drive that kind of power or that kind of project. The first one, I believe, is the faith, and the second one, I believe, is the passion, in my case. These are the passion, I will say, passion with the vision. That would be more sounding statement. So these are the two driving force, I think, that puts me out there each and every day, single out there. Faith, because each and every faith in the human world, regardless of what it is, it teaches basically one simple thing, and that is rise above our own needs and do something good for the others. And if we are doing it, probably we are satisfying every faith in the world. So being a person who is spiritually very active, and I believe in faith too much, I think faith is the first thing. But the passion, yes, that's the next important thing for me. That puts me out there every day. Because of these things, I do whatever I'm doing. Thank you.
Tremendous responses. So the hardest thing I do every day is get out of bed. And everything after that is easy. I consider where I am here today. From a scientific perspective, we live in the Goldilocks zone. We live on the third rock from the sun. If we were any closer to the sun, we'd burn up. If we were any further away, we'd freeze. We've got this amazing little pebble that we live on that is utterly unique. We've sent satellites and telescopes out into the universe, and we haven't found a river or a forest anywhere else, let alone a fully functioning planet. So whilst we've got concerns and problems, we've got this, and we've got today. And then if you consider every single one of us, because we've got one of these in our hands, we now live like kings and queens of the past. We have everything at our fingertips. We can order food, we can transport ourselves across continents and around the world. So I start the day with an amazing amount of gratitude. And then looking out at you and what you represent as a group and individually is the notion that you can change the world. As that great philosopher Dr. Seuss said, unless somebody like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's going to change. It's not. And so that's where I come from my faith, from my my life experience, which is that it all starts with a person. The longest journey starts with a single step, and in fact, that's exactly what you represent today.
One of my favourite quotes that I've heard you use, Andrew, is that the Antarctic is the library of life on this planet, and we've barely read even a book. So with that quote in mind, do you have a mantra? What is the sort of the mantra or the words that you repeat to yourself each day that remind you about what's important? We'll start with Andrew and then we'll work our way back.
So my mantra is just keep turning up. Just keep turning up. And that goes back many, many years ago. I had aspirations to be a professional cyclist, and I would go out of a morning, meet a group at 5:45. We'd go and do 100 kilometres before work, and that was my life for a long period of time. And one day I was late, and we didn't have mobile phones back in the late 80s, early 90s, so if you were late, you just chased on. And after the group ride, my coach said to me, "You were late today." I said, "Oh yeah, I was late out of bed and, mucking around with the bike." And he said, "Andrew, the great secret in life, nobody will ever tell you, it's really simple. The great secret in life is just turn up. Once you turn up, get in the training group, you go out training, you get the training benefit, and then you turn up at the race." And he says, what will happen is one day, you'll go to a race, it's been raining for a week, and the forecast for the race is really wet. Half the field will stay in the hotel, because they don't want to be wet all day. So you just turn up and you go to the race. You start the race, half the field pulls out because it's too wet, dangerous and slippery. You stay in the race. And then a break goes away with 12 other riders, and you just turn up into that break. And then it gets hard, and suddenly you break away from that group because you see an opportunity, so you turn up at the opportunity, and you win a race that you have no business winning. And then suddenly you've won a race. Suddenly you've proven it to yourself and everybody else. And so I take that experience as an athlete when I was younger into every day, which is just keep turning up, because as a former politician once told me, people who run the world are the ones who turn up.
For me, again, it drives from the faith. Sikh Volunteers Australia is a very multicultural organization. We have 500 plus volunteers at the moment, and I'm very honored and proud to say this, that our volunteers come from all the walks of the life, all the religions, all the cultures that you see in day-to-day life in Melbourne. We have volunteers probably from each and every of them. But still, the organization prominently was started by the group who follow the Sikh principles, Sikh religion, and that is where my mantra lies. There are three basic fundamental principles in the Sikh religion, and these principles are Kirt Karo, Naam Japo, and Vand Chako. In all these statements, the first word is a noun, and the second word is the verb. So Kirt Karo means earn my living with absolute honesty. That is the first principle. Regardless if I'm a king or I'm a cobbler, that doesn't matter. If I'm doing my job with absolute honesty, I'm fulfilling the first principle, regardless of what my job is. The only thing is that, as you're saying, keep on turning up, keep on doing your job with absolute honesty. That is the first principle. The second principle, it says, Naam Japa. Now, imagine that Jaswinder Singh is a cobbler, and I have worked whole day and probably had earned $5. Not much amount, but still I have earned $5. Now, the second principle says that whatever we have earned is actually a blessing. We have put our efforts into that, but it is the will of the Lord that we will get the result of those efforts or not. Whatever is we have gotten is actually blessing. So thank the Lord that, oh Lord, whatever have you provided me is, I'm thankful for that. It is your blessing. It's not my effort, it's your will. And it's also like feel the presence of God in everyone and in everywhere. So that is the second principle. Now I have earned $5. The second principle want me to thank the Lord. Now the last one is very interesting, and I think the most difficult one to practice, and that is Vandchako. Share whatever you have with everyone else. Now, I have only $5, but the principle says there could be someone who do not even have 5. So being a Sikh, my job is to donate at least 1/10 of that in an act of compassion or in an act of charity. Now, I certainly do not need to donate money, but if I can, I should. And the other things of the charity could be providing someone with information and knowledge. If someone can't read or write, then help them in that kind of stuff. That is also considered the act of compassion in the religion. And in order to practice this Vandchako principle into the day-to-day life, Sikh community comes up with a very unique concept, and that concept is called langar. It's a free food concept, which I was explaining. And that concept has layers and layers and layers of understanding in it. Probably I can speak for 2 days and you can listen for 2 days. No one will get bored. But the thing is that this concept promotes equality. It helps in providing the nourishing food to everyone. And when I am working with Sikh Volunteers Australia or any other organization, these 3 key principles of the faith that keeps me motivated and keeps my passion up all the way, that I have to show up, turn up over and again, because somewhere I'm helping someone else, but I'm also keeping my faith alive. That's it for me. Thank you.
Similar to what Andrew and Jaswinder said, keep turning up and be grateful for what comes. I think an important mantra for me is it's not about me. It's about the collective community, the collective earth, and that I'm here for a short time. And I just do my best in the time that I have.
Just picking up on that concept of everything being a blessing, this room is full of people that have walked into the most challenging situations, focused on actually making a difference for someone or for something, for some sentient being, just as you all do in each and every day. Have there ever been times when you've thought, I really am struggling to see the blessing in this situation? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, shall I? Okay. Means you shouldn't give a mic to a person like me who keep on talking. Anyway, again, I'm going to take some more time to this, because this is something recently happened with particularly myself. Nearly 1.5 months back, when there was first floods in the northern river area of the New South Wales, I was one of the 4 volunteers who drive from Melbourne to Lismore. It was a great deal of the journey, but during that journey, I think I have learned 2 very important things. And those 2 things actually come exactly from this very fact that I was considering that all of the effort is waste. We shouldn't be here. So the thing was that we started from here on a Monday morning at 6 o'clock, and we traveled all the way to Newcastle. It is only like an max 10 hours journey, but it takes us longer because we have only 3-ton food vans with us. with the small 26-inch wheels and loaded with full of groceries. And the climate was not in support of us. Means trucks were stopped on the sides, but we were driving towards that zone. And that's why we got delayed. Anyway, somehow we reach Newcastle. We prepare a small meal to distribute to the truck drivers, which we know were stuck there. Then we reached Woolgoolga following morning. We rested only like 2-3 hours, and then we again prepared like 1,500 meals and started towards the Lismore. By the time we have started towards the Lismore, it's already like 26 hours for us being on the road. And it is like we are constantly driving. So whoever person in this room has drive for constantly 26 hours, they know that what kind of feeling it is. And if I'm just driving, probably I would be fine, but at the same time, I'm looking at the messages that we are getting from the people. I'm listening. The volunteer next to me is explaining that, oh, the situation is that bad, situation is this worse. We are getting like an real-time information there from our social media. So back of the head, that information is also getting processed somehow. And there is a place, the people who are here from the New South Wales, they know there is an exit there. She knows that. There is an exit for Grafton on the Pacific. When we reach over there, we are completely being stopped. Before that exit, we are being told by so many locals, so many people, that Lismore is like an island at this stage. You can't reach there. But somehow, something is pushing us to be there. And at the Grafton, we are being told, sorry guys, you shouldn't be here. This is too dangerous. Turn back or go somewhere else. Means you're not going there. We take that exit unwillingly. We do not know that there is a way to reach Lismore from the Grafton as well at that time. But we just take that exit because we are being told. From Grafton to Casino and from Casino to Lismore, it's not more than 3 hours journey, but we wasted a good sum of 6 hours between Grafton and Casino only, and we are nowhere to the Lismore. And I was so sad about this that it's almost 32 hours we've been on road, and what are we doing? We shouldn't be here. This is all wrong. We are probably heading in the wrong direction. And I'm very fortunate to have a very spiritual mentor back here in Melbourne. And by the time I think I'm having those thoughts in my mind, suddenly his call come up. And just in his casual voice, he asked, where are you boys? And I was like, we are in deep trouble here. And he says, what happens? And I pretty much narrate this whole story to him, that we have like 1,500 meals, cooked meals, prepared, ready to serve in our van, but we can't do this. We are nowhere to that place, and what should we do? I'm really sad. I'm tired of driving. I was like, why you are trying to go to the Lismore? And in that mind, I really didn't use that word which I want to, and I was like, don't you know that? And I says, all right, what are you suggesting? He says, you are thinking in a wrong pattern. You are thinking in a wrong direction, and you're pulling yourself into a wrong direction. I was like, what this person is talking to me? He's a very respectful community leader. I respect him. He's my mentor, but I'm so tired to understand his riddles. Why he's not speaking plain to me? He says, okay, and I explain him that this is the case. And he says, okay, you have done your part already. Your part was to cook the meals. You have done it. Your next job is to serve the meals. So serve it. Why to serve it in the Lismore only? The roads you are going through, there are people around that roads, around those towns that need the help. Why you are not serving to him or to them? Why you are trying to reach to the Lismore? And when he says these words, I understand my mistake. The mistake was, I was trying to be the judge of the final situation. However, my role is to just keep on doing my job, which is cook and serve, regardless to whom we serve. That is not my part, that to decide that who will take that serve. My role is to serve. Whoever will take it, that's the Lord's will. That was my mistake, and I realized it. And I learned a lesson there. And that is that do not try to be the creator. Just be the servant. Do not try to be the Lord there. And to my surprise, when that thing happens, just after like minutes of that, we were encountered by a marshal who was the marshal of Lismore Highway Patrol. And he take us all the way from the back roads to the Lismore. I was like, wow, are you just expecting that call? So something happened. And to me, it was a very divine moment for me. I learned something, but at the same time, my problem was solved. So that is a big thing for me. Thank you.
So in the moment that you were no longer attached to the outcome, you were shown the way to the outcome that you wanted, which is your third principle, right? I'm sorry, I've forgotten the original question. I was so involved in Jaswinder's story.
It was when you have those moments when the blessing doesn't appear to be a blessing. How do you find your path forward?
So I practice yoga, and just on the yoga mat or in front of my altar, just doing my personal practice to refine my centre. Similar, and it's a brief example, similar to what Jaswinder was saying, is just come back to myself and what my duty is.
I learned a few years ago that there is actually no end to the problem of problems. And that's why we've all got a job. And the notion that you can be smart enough and qualified enough and progressed enough that somebody turns up and says, come and do this job, you just have to keep the hand steady on the wheel and it'll be plain sailing until retirement. I don't know, has anybody had one of those? Okay, so there's no end to the problem of problems, and then we walk into a space where somebody identifies that you're actually the solution to the particular problems that we've got, whether that's a job interview or that's a volunteering situation. So there is a mystery amongst each of us in how we confront the problems and then how we serve into those problems. And whenever I have a difficult situation, a difficult day or conversation, I'm always looking for the gift that sits within this situation. Where am I going to grow? Where am I going to learn? And I take that from a mentor of many, many years who a few years ago contracted cancer and battled cancer and is now surviving and flourishing. And he is the only person that I've ever heard describe cancer as a gift. And he completely changed his life and his approach to his treatment, because rather than being angry and this is unfair and this shouldn't happen to me and I've still got things to do, he said, okay, this is a gift and I've got to find the gift in this situation. So that's how I confront those harder times.
Just picking up on that, there's no end to the problem of problems. I am yet to find a lion who is focusing on just one problem. Lions are always dealing with multiple problems and multiple solutions to multiple problems. How do you pick which problem to focus on, given there are so many problems confronting each of us, no matter what our field is?
Well, I think all the problems are related. And as I described before, if we actually look at what's going on behind those problems, it arises from the way that we understand ourselves in relation to each other and the earth. So for me, it's working on that really deep sort of mental model level, and that's what my organisation is seeking to do, is reconnect people.
Yeah, I'm very agreed to what you have said. Yeah, absolutely. And there is always some of the, I will say, key facts that drive the other things. And I, in my practice, try to address those key facts. As I was saying, that Sikh Volunteers Australia tried to reduce the distress in the community. Now, distress is such a big umbrella that it covers so many things inside it, and I believe many governments even have fallen themselves, find themselves hard to reach and address all of those issues. So an organization is nowhere there. But again, there is a story, small story. A friend of mine has told me that two friends were going and walking on the beach, and there were so many starfishes lying on the beach. And one of the friends has just picked one and thrown it back into the sea. And the other one says that that doesn't make any difference. And he responds, no, it makes difference, that one. So that is the key thing, that regardless of which problem we are addressing, it is making difference to someone. And that is, I think, very important from my perspective, from community perspective, from faith perspective, that we have lived for someone else and we have tried to make someone else's life easier, regardless of the way or the issue we have addressed. Yeah, thank you.
One of the real insights that I've seen over and over again working in philanthropy, where people make small contributions or large contributions, but the work that's being done by my colleagues here and you is a real testament to the notion that it usually only takes a little bit of time, a little bit of care, sometimes just relatively little money, to help someone get from where they are to where they could be. And when we hear of grand plans and big corporations and going to Mars, they're all wonderful, but it does show that notion of, small is beautiful. That small effort that you do in service of another person can have an extraordinary effect on their trajectory and their life. And I've seen that especially with young people. Get in with the wrong crowd, they don't get they're not engaging with their education, and then they have a mentor that actually shows them the path, or a little bit of money is spent on pushing them or giving them the resources that they need so they can engage with their education. And so this room is a collective of people and effort that is really a testament to that notion that small can be beautiful, and indeed is.
One of the interesting projects that's going on in the Antarctic this year is the drilling down into the ice core to go back 1 million years. And so through that, we'll be able to see at any point in life on this planet what was going on at a particular time. If you could reach back into history, which event or person would you most like to meet and why? Start with you, Andrew.
Okay. I'm a big fan of Alan Turing, who's the godfather of modern computing, and struggled with his personal demons to do that work, and also, legitimately saved us all of us from the spectre of World War II. The event that I would go back to, me personally, is 2 bicycle mechanics at Kitty Hawk putting a glider into the air when everybody said that was impossible. The other, Langley, the other American, and the French also were putting significant effort and money into that, and they were doing this part-time. And if we now look at what has occurred since that extraordinary step forward, we've now touched the planets and the moon and the like, simply because they believed in themselves, they believed in their idea, and then they carried through with it despite enormous amounts of failures, particularly, and lack of resources.
Well, for me, there are so many people I want to meet there. Hard to pick one for me, and all of those people when I was listening to this question, that if I had a chance to go back and meet, I was feeling, wow, that is like a dream coming true. But yeah, in order to pick one, it's a bit hard job for me. I certainly was thinking, and I come down to Maharaja Ranjit Singh. He was the second ruler of the Sikh state back in 18th century. And I really want to meet him because he was not born as a ruler. He was born in a family that really goes from so much struggle, and he reached where he reached all because of his will and his determination, and he stayed true to his path. And I really want to meet him. I want to ask him a few questions, if somehow it has been possible by the science, and I want to understand that what was going inside his mind when he was being challenged by his community, his family, his state. But after all those things, he stayed committed and being true to his part and keep on showing everything every time. And yeah, that is the person I want to meet. Yeah.
What about you, Cinnamon?
One of my teachers is my yoga guru. His name's BKS Iyengar, and he lived last century and practiced yoga in a time where it wasn't as well known as it is now. He pioneered the practice. He studied himself deeply and just learnt a lot about the body and how consciousness is connected to the body, and I find him very inspiring. I learn now from his granddaughter, who teaches online from India, and I'm just very inspired by the whole family and what they've contributed to the world.
Do we have any yoga enthusiasts out there? I always look at yoga and think, I need to try it, but I'm never quite that virtuous. But it does make a point, which is yoga is all about continually challenging yourself and pushing yourself and going at your own pace. For each of you, how do you know when you've reached the point of having to try something different? What's the point where you go, no, this path that I'm pushing down is perhaps not the best path to be pursuing, particularly from a volunteering perspective, whether it's that moment of realisation that you're too fixated on the outcome and there may be a different outcome that you're supposed to be pursuing. What's that point that makes you go, okay, enough is enough, it's time to move on?
I think when I observe my own stress and anxiety reaching a level that I find unhealthy or unsustainable for me, and it's like, okay, it's a bit like Jaswinder's story before, this is not working, something's not working. It's time to stop and, just try to find stillness and wait for guidance.
For me, I believe this question has probably two layers, which both can be understood in their own way. The first thing is that when things are not working at my personal level, and when things are not working at the community level or the project level we are working, trying to achieve, and the outcomes are not coming. When things are not working at my personal level, exactly like Cinnamon, I try to contact my mentors. I try to reach out to the team for the help, and I ask their guidance and I ask their advice that how should I proceed myself. And in my experience, whenever I've been in that kind of situation and I reached out, the help is there and I'm being supported very well. At the community level, when the things are not working, the approach is I follow is same. I go out to the team, but because the spectrum of the issue is so large and so big, so I try to reach out to as many people as I can. Again, this is not very far back when we went down into the lockdowns in Victoria. 18th of March 2020 was the first day when we went down into the lockdowns in Victoria. Before that, Sikh Volunteers Australia was serving free food in the communities every 2 days in a week. And the whole thing how it's worked, that the food van goes to a designated spot which is allocated by council. People who need the support, they come down there, they queue, they receive the meals, and off they go. Very simple process. We cook, we went down there, people come, they take their meals, and then went. But when the lockdowns happened 3 days before the announcement, when we were being told that there is a lockdown coming, lots of people have told us that probably it's a time when we need to shut down the operations because it's not practical anymore, it's not physical anymore. Because of the travel restrictions, people can't come out. Because of the social distancing reasons, people can't queue in front of the van and they can't receive. And our understanding at that point was that this is an essential service. If it is required in this much capacity, when there is no lockdowns, everything is running smoothly in the society, when there are restrictions, this is required even more. We shouldn't stop it, but we need to find out the way how we can do that. And this is not a small challenge which we faced. Means we can't take food van out, people can't come down to us that what is the solution down there. So eventually when we take this thing back into 300 plus volunteers, which we were at that time, and we just open the platform to everyone that this is the situation, what do you want us to do? And the first response was that if people can't come to the food van, can't the food van go to the people? And I was like, yeah, that is exactly what we are trying to achieve here, but how? So how should we take that meals to the people? And not even my dream, I was not even expecting that this solution was coming, will come from the taxi industry. There are so many volunteers in our organization who were working or had worked in the taxi industry. And they come up with a solution. Why don't you guys prepare the meals and give it to us? We will deliver it. I'm like, wow, you are still permitted in the lockdowns. That's a good idea. Let's make it happen. And then in order to more smooth the function, we adopted some softwares where people started making requests, and then we put them into the software, and the software decide the routes and everything. And basically, it turns out into a contactless Uber-free, Uber delivery kind of service, which is absolutely free. And it keeps on running. Means the solution was so effective that in year 2020, we were able to deliver 142,000 meals. In 2021, we are 142,000. And then in 2021, 129,000. This year, so far, 11,600 meals are already being distributed. And you have a new commercial kitchen coming, right? Yes, we have. And we hadn't altered a single thing from that design, which is being decided by these taxi drivers. So my understanding is when we have an issue, when we have a hurdle, we have an obstacle, which I myself feel that I can't cross, I can't take head on head by myself, I go and ask for the help. Means, and other aspect is that I do not ask to few people that I believe that, oh, these are the people from the posh university of the England and they have the answer for everything. No, I go out into the community. I just ask random people, and believe me, the ideas and the solutions that come back from these random people are much more effective sometimes than the people who are delivering the message from the top. Thank you.
Andrew?
I agree with Jaswinder. When things get hard and you feel like you're banging your head against the wall, there's some wisdom in the people around you. So admit, hey, I don't know what I'm doing here, or I don't have the answer. Let's find the answer together. I'm always asking myself, am I being effective? And I'm going to give away my age here. Everybody remember pick-up sticks? Okay. So my 8-year-old daughter loves pick-up sticks. Her and her grandmother have absolute barneys over pick-up sticks and who's the cheat and who isn't. But pick-up sticks is so such a metaphor for the work that we do, which is you can go at the green stick or the blue stick, but you've got to be careful. Which one is actually going to push the P uphill? Which next action is going to have either the most good for the situation you're in, or will enable the next action or the next action. And you've got to be really careful there. The contingency of actions, and you've shown in the work that you've done, Jaswinder, with floods, there are parts that you have to do, and then there's other parts that you've got to leave open for others to do.
Pick up sticks. I'm going to have to challenge you to a game, Andrew. All three of your organisations have great traction with younger generations. How do you make sure that you continue to get that traction, that you continue to be relevant? We'll start with you, Andrew, and come back down this way.
So you may have seen in the press of late that we're seeing a bit of a, well, not a bit, we're seeing quite a phenomenon around young scientists here in Australia leaving after being trained and going overseas. And so I can't, and the Foundation can't change the whole science sector, but we are focused on ensuring that those really bright minds that are in Antarctic environmental science stay here and do their work, do their studies here, and then go to Antarctica. And it was about a year and a half ago when I was talking to stakeholders, and quite often organisations like the Antarctic Science Foundation fund projects. We're going to do the Million Year Ice Core, we're going to build a data repository, we're going to look at the role of penguins and seals and whales in the carbon cycle. But the piece that's missed in almost all of these organisations is the people. And so what I realised was that we weren't supporting early and mid-career researchers. If you get a project funded, your career is taken care of, at least either your whole career or for many, many years. But there are these researchers that are still looking around to get funding and going from lab to lab to ensure that they can stay in the game. Now, with all due respect, we don't need a scientist becoming a mortgage broker. We need them being a scientist. So keeping them in the game and keeping them in science is really important. And so I went to my board and said, the way we will be successful is by ensuring that the young people that are coming out of university and doing PhDs and those postdoctorate work now, that they are still around in 10 and 20 years' time to answer the really difficult questions that we're going to be faced with. And so that has been a sea change for the Foundation. And it's focusing rather on things, projects, it's focusing on people and making sure that people are supported, feel supported, and creating that circle where our supporters engage directly with the scientists that they support, particularly those young ones.
Yeah, the thing is that in the community sector, I'm absolutely agreed and in line with what Andrew have just said. But in the community sector, the thing is that this is a different pitch, I can say, and the ball spins exactly differently here. We, the community organization, believe that the down-up approach is always the best approach, rather than the top-down. So we try to stick with that approach. When it comes to get involved with the next generation, this is, I believe, the challenge for each and every philanthropist organization or community organization who is operating down there, outside. Everyone knows, as Cinnamon was saying, that our time is very limited on this planet. And when we narrow down to that time, to our effective time, where we can provide some guidance or leadership or to mentorship to someone or some organization, it even shrinks down. So we have even lesser time. The problem with these organizations, all of us, is that we want to pass the baton, but to whom? And for that, Sikh Volunteers Australia is doing this, and I believe lots of other organizations are doing it, attract, as you say, young generation, and how to keep them in the business, how to attract them. We have open up the board for them, and we are making them more responsible rather than just be the volunteers. So we are giving them the responsibilities, and we are making sure that they understand the responsibility, they understand that what is their action gonna output in, what their results are, what we are expecting and what they are producing. When we give them the responsibilities, when we give them the whole project to drive, and we stay in the background, the one thing is that they got confidence. Like we start with 10, out of 5 in 6 months we realize that these 5 have the good potential. We keep on working with them, and then we realize that out of these 5, these 2 are good for volunteer organizations, this one is good for the leadership program, and this one, he's a bull. He will hit hard to anything, so put him at that place. So we keep on searching the talent, we give them the responsibilities for which their skills match, and we are doing it right now in our presence. We do not want that when I'm walking with a stick and then I will try to find out someone. We are doing it right now, and that keeps on attracting the youth, because the one, say I'm a friend of a young person who's just been selected to be the next board member. It attracts me. And that enthusiasm, that attraction drives that support, and they keep on coming. So this is what we are trying. It's probably maybe a new kind of experiment, but so far it's been successful and it's working.
And what about it, the series?
Yeah, so series started in 1982, so this is our 40th year, and in the so the park was a former landfill site in Melbourne's inner north, and so the community started to beautify this wasteland, and then in the late 1980s, our education program started. And over the years, they built up, and as I mentioned, I turned up in 1991. And then by the mid-2000s, we'd actually hosted more than 1 million school students through the park. And now when I meet young adults, so many of them will say to me, oh, I came here on a school excursion, I remember such and such, and some of them have even said, I remember you. And this is, 10, 15 something years later. So now, prior to the pandemic, we were hosting 60,000 school students a year through the park, and also running a wide variety of other education programs and early learning programs. One of my favourite ones is the Bush Kinder. So very small people can come and enjoy programs where they connect with nature and learn about, it's kinder outside in the bush. And so in that way, I think we are inspiring, Melburnians to stay connected with us and stay connected with the earth.
Very true. I actually read some media coverage recently, Jaswinder, about one of your volunteers who was a 17-year-old high school student who said the power of what you do is that you focus on people. And that pushes aside gender, it pushes aside religion, it pushes aside cultural differences, and that's part of the magic of your success. So sharing those stories about how you help people is so, so important. How do you keep, you obviously love sharing stories, but how do you make sure across the organisation that you are sharing and selling and telling those stories day in, day out, so that they're heard?
I believe somehow it becomes now the part of process. It's integrated into the operation already. Without knowing about it, it's already been integrated. So many times what happens is when we try to go out and serve the people, we are not seeking out for the stories. We are not, but that created somehow by themselves. The first time Sikh Volunteers Australia served in a disaster situation was bushfire at Bunyip. And after that same year, we have a big blaze in East Gippsland Shire, which keeps on burning like for a few months. So when we reached down there, as I was saying, we are not expecting to come under the limelight or the focus light, but certainly it happens because of the work the organization was doing. And when we look back, every time it happens, I have in my experience, and when we look back, it is like someone has written a how should I say, scripted thing, and we were just a part of that, and it becomes a story. All we need to do is just connect those dots and tell it to the people. The part of the storytelling, I believe, it is very important in Australian culture, especially in the First Nation culture. And I realize after being in Australia that why it is being important, how it happens. It happens gradually by itself. No one is planning for that. But when it happens, it actually inspires and ignites so many hearts, so many minds. And that is helpful for everyone. I think we now all have understand that fact. Yeah.
Inspire and ignite.
I take Jaswinder's point, and the three of us lead organisations, and what I want to disavow of is the notion that we're almighty and we've got all of the answers. I consider that my number one strength is as a translator. So I listen to the scientists, and they tell me about their work, and then I translate it for a wider audience. And so it's looking for that story. It's looking for the lead, as they say in newspapers. What's the headline here? And a great example was last year I was talking to this young researcher who we'd supported, and she's doing amazing work with sea slugs in Antarctica. And we talked about these very interesting sea slugs, which look actually like little bunny rabbits. They're actually very cute. Their names, the name of these sea slugs is Doris Kay. It's extraordinary, but we're talking for 35, 40 minutes. And I said, what would you like the outside world to know about your work? She said, well, I suppose what was interesting about my work with the sea slug is that we found that the venom that they excrete to ward off predators from taking a bite had some interesting compounds in them. So I went away and I put them through an analysis, and 4 of the 28 looked like a very favourable cancer therapy for a very rare form of leukemia. This is a sea slug in Antarctica. And the amazing thing about it is that we won't have to harvest these sea slugs. Now we know the chemical signature. We'll be able to manufacture it synthetically. Now that story would not come out without the translation and the questioning and giving that young person a space to tell their story. And so that is really the role of one of the roles of the three of us, certainly, and that is what makes our organisations able to tell the stories that we do.
I think Ceres is so full of stories, 40 years of people interacting with all of the things that we do and having experiences that are quite unique of moving through the organisation. I think, as Jaswinder said, human beings are sense makers. We're storytellers and sense makers, and so we understand our world through story. And I think for me, the most powerful aspects of Ceres is not whether you can go there and have a coffee or buy a plant or enjoy a workshop or have a nice day out with your children, grandchildren, whomever. It's about the idea that the world might be different. And how do we hold spaces where it's possible to see that the world might be different from concrete, straight lines, And for me, that's the most important dimension of the work that we do.
Yeah, I'd just like to add up on a little bit, I think, maybe that gives the notion a little bit more clarity. Means pick anything anything from the human history, not just a particular subject, but anything. It could be science, it could be politics, it could be culture, it could be society. Pick anything, any event, any incident. And when you start reading about it, it feels like a story. So probably this convention we are sitting in probably be a story. And the only thing is, as Andrew was stating, that yes, it's the power of the translation. It is the power of the notion that how we describe it to the generation so that they can digest it and they can understand the key points and can learn something from that. And I believe each and every organization have probably understand this now, that this is something, one of the important works they have to keep on doing to make a legacy for the upcoming generations. Yeah.
I love that. Storytellers, sense makers, and translators. There's something in that for us all. So we've come to the end of our panel conversation. It's been an absolute privilege to have had the three of you up here, sharing your experiences, sharing your enthusiasm and your passion. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, LJ, for hosting this session for us. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Jaswinder, and thank you, Cinnamon. It's just been fabulous to listen to you all. I need to acknowledge that Perth, Business Events Perth have sponsored this session because we were going to be in Perth and then we moved here to Melbourne. They have donated $10,000 to put on this presentation. So we will be donating to you $2,500 each for your favourite charity. And the remaining $2,500,000 we are going to donate to LCIF for Ukrainian human relief, reflecting Stefan's address this morning. I have a presentation certificate here for each of you for participating. LJ1.
Oh, may I get one as well?
Sorry, I walk away from the microphone and I shouldn't do that. So LJ1 for you in appreciation for hosting the session.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you very much. Andrew, one for you in your appreciation and participating too. It's been fascinating. Cinnamon, yours is the next one in my pile. These were random. Thank you very much. Thank you. And finally, Jaswinder is yours. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. And yours, Jacinda, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we both look into that one?
Anyone would think Jaswinder's done that before.
I love the couple of quotes that were used during the presentations. Is, people who run the world are the ones that turn up. So people who run our Lions clubs are the ones who turn up, aren't they? Yeah. And we keep turning up. I just thought they were very relevant quotes. And the other two words that I wrote down that you mentioned at the end of your presentation was inspire and ignite. To me, they're very relevant words for all of us. Thank you all very much. It's been a privilege to have you here.
Thank you.
Right. You can Leo.
Yeah.
Pam, it's not me, is it?
So, got to put the other glasses on.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and that was very, very informative. We now have what some young people have been waiting for, but before that I'll make them wait in anticipation for a little bit longer. Just a couple of community service announcements. A reminder that the coffee out there is ongoing all day, so you can go out and get one any time. But also, after the Remembrance ceremony, we do have a fellowship out in the foyer, so please stay behind for that. And we will have a bit of fellowship and get to know each other. And also for the district governors, could you please, after the break, come back in around about 5 minutes earlier and just line up against the wall there? We're not going to take any other action, just line up against the wall for us. And in your district order, thank you, please. And that'll be for the start of the Remembrance ceremony. So on that note, can I please ask Leo Chairperson, Lion Pam Bennett, to come up, please.
Right, we've now come to that part of the presentation that I know these young people have been waiting for. So could I ask the judging panel to please come up to the stage? Sandy, Kerry. Right. Yeah, if you come up this side, it's probably easier. Now, I could draw this out, but I'm sure they'll hate me for it, so I'm just going to ask Kerry McMahon, the chairman of the panel, to come forward and give the decisions of the judging panel.
Thank you, Pam. Councillor Chairman Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers, one and all. Wow, what a competition. I don't think anyone here today could not be blown away by these incredible Leos here today. As Leo Kai said, Leos are our future of our Lions organisation, and I think everyone here will agree with me, our Lions organisation is in good hands. Our future is great. The judges and myself have had the privilege of sitting down with these extraordinary young representatives of our youth, and we were in awe of these contestants and what they have achieved throughout their Leo's year. Public speaking is a very hard skill to master, one that many Lions struggle with, myself included. Just being here as your state winner and the way you have spoken and presented yourself here today has all the judges in awe of you. Your courage and commitment has been extraordinary, and we just want you all to know how very proud we are of you all. Isaac, you are such an amazing, charismatic young man. You showed a maturity beyond your years, and you are such an inspiration. We all wish our Education Minister was here today so he could listen to you, because I think you could teach him a lot. I can see that you will be at the forefront of discovering the answer to climate change program in the years to come, and we congratulate you. Well done. Leah, you are such a passionate, inspirational young lady. You made us laugh, and we learnt never to put metal in a microwave, which is something my husband is happy you've let me know. And most importantly, you reminded us all to live and to take every opportunity that is given to us and to live life to the fullest. And how to turn what we perceive as a negative into a positive. And I think that has been a great lesson for us all today. I have no doubt that you will be an asset to the Air Force. And for those of you who don't know, Leah has just been accepted into the Defence Academy, which is not an easy feat. Luke, you are an extraordinary young man. Your passion shone through today. To take a project from a thought, adding your passion for reading, and then to get a huge corporation as Stockland's shopping centres on board to bring your Book Nook project to fruition, not only in your town but now all over Australia, is an amazing, courageous feat, and I think you should be congratulated for it. And as someone who has recently joined the Grey Nomad Society, I can't wait to see a Book Nook in every little town that I go to in Australia. Well done. Eliza, you are an awesome exemplar of our amazing youth. You took us all on a journey through your Leo's years. You spoke with passion and about the projects you have been involved in and your work in the Townsville Women's Shelter and packing the birthing kits. You spoke with confidence and passion, and you will definitely be an asset to the healthcare sector, and I can't wait till you join me in that sector. Well done. Rigby, you are such an inspiration to us all. Your passion for helping those with mental health issues is extraordinary. You took us on a heartwarming journey through your Leah story, and we thank you. Well done. The judges wanted me to let you all know what an extraordinary hard task to separate you it was, so thanks for that. You're extraordinary young people, and we would like to encourage you, please, no matter who wins today, please reapply and do it again, because we can't wait to see what the years will add to you. Thank you. So, unfortunately, we did have to separate you. So I'd like to announce that the Leo of the Year public speaker for 2022 is Rigby. Congratulations. Everybody, Rigby.
Well, I would like to say again, thank you for the Lions. My club personally, our West Pennant Hills Cherrybrook Leo Club, helps us Leos a lot through. They help us with all of our community events, and they really do build the leadership, and I see that through our members from when they first join. They're not very confident, but it really builds up to the end, and I think that my public speaking has also improved through Leos, and I'm just thankful for our club and our district, so thank you.
I'd like to thank Toby Crawford for presenting the awards today, so thank you. And without further ado, the 2022 Leo of the Year is Leah.
Oh, goodness. Haven't got your name on there yet. You'll be the first one on the new trophy. That's the new trophy going in.
Wow, what an incredible honour. I'd just first like to extend my thanks to my competitors, because if it weren't for them, there wouldn't be a competition and I wouldn't be here today. You guys are you absolutely astound me. You are the shining light for youth, and you should be extremely proud of what you guys have done today and throughout this weekend, so congratulations to you guys. I've also walked away with 4 new friends, so it's a win-win. Of course, to Lions Club International and Lions Club Australia for putting on this incredible event and giving us all the opportunity to come before you today, speak about our passions, and just for giving us this platform to be here today. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to Pam, Toby Crawford, and everyone else working behind the scenes who are in charge of the Leos and the youth projects. I can just say that it's an incredible honour to be a part of this huge organisation that does so much good in the community and in the world. So it's an honour to be a small part of it. And just thank you to all the work that they do. They really are the unsung heroes, and we really don't quite fathom how much they do. So incredible work. Thank you so much. My Leo Club advisor, Linda Payne, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her. She is like a second mum to me. She has, put up with me for this weekend and for the state, for the district finals that I went through last year in Tasmania. She's my mentor. She is everything that I look up to be in the Lions Club. So again, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you. So thanks for all the investment you've put into me and the faith that you've had in me throughout this entire journey. So. And of course, extending that thanks to my sponsoring Lions Club, the Lions Club of King Island. The Leo Club wouldn't exist if it weren't for them. And I wouldn't be here standing in front of you today if it weren't for their hard work and dedication and investment in the youth of King Island. So thank you for that opportunity, and thank you for always supporting us and ensuring that we can do what we do. So thank you. You should have a bell for me here as well. I've got one last final thank you to my parents who are probably watching. Hello. I am the person that you guys getting emotional. I am who I am because of you guys, and I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you. So thank you for all your love and support, and just, I love you guys. So. Mascara really wasn't a good idea today. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone. I would love the time to have a conversation with every single one of you and share my story and listen to yours. So I'd love, come and find me afterwards in the break. I'd love to have a chat to you and just, just thank you so much for this incredible honour. Thank you.
Right, of course these things wouldn't happen if we didn't have some dedicated people who give up their time. These lovely 5 people have spent a lot of time preparing for this, and we're not just talking about yesterday and today. They have been looking over the entry forms of these candidates. They've been going through the guides to the judges for at least the last month, and then of course yesterday they interviewed the 5 candidates. They have been here today judging, and can I just say it's fantastic not to be on the judging panel. So we have a small gift for you and a certificate of appreciation. So can I ask you to come forward, please? Kerry McMahon is the chairperson of the panel.
Thank you for asking me.
PDG Ken Hallam. Lion Victoria Cochrane. Lion Sandy Royal. And thank you so much to our community judge, Daryl Sutcliffe. Picture, Luke. Yeah, in front of me, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Right, there's just one small thing, if I can just beg your patience, please. I'd like to ask our Youth and Community Services Program Coordinator, PDG Dale Toby Crawford, to come forward to make a small announcement. Thanks.
Thanks, Pam. And before I do, just congratulations to each and every one of you. You make this program worthwhile to come and sit in the audience and listen to your impassioned speeches. As we heard this morning with Kai and last year with Ruth, and those who weren't here last year, I've had a couple come up and say how impassioned and what a great speaker Kai was. I said, we obviously weren't at Canberra last year to hear Ruth. Because if anyone who heard that speech knows how passionate Leos are to this group up here. On another note, thank you, Leader, for the work that you've put into your club. And I was lucky enough to be invited by the King Island Lions Club to go over and assist them in getting the King Island Leo Club up and running. And it's great to see after only a small, short term that a Leo from King Island has stood on stage and been the first Tasmanian winner of Leo of the Year. Thank you and well done. And the other thing that I wanted to say, there were two awards, medallions given out this morning, and I believe that they need a little bit of explanation. Those two awards were international Leo of the Year awards. There's only one given out in our constitutional area each year, and Ruth and Kai won them respectively over their 2 years' reign of Leo of the Year. So, very big awards. Well done. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of this session. There is coffee and tea available. Can you all please be back in here at 3:45 for the Remembrance ceremony, please? And you right to go? Sue? Yes, she is. Yep. All right.
I refuse to drive the technology.
Well, good afternoon, conventioneers, and welcome back to the last session for the day. And just a reminder that there is fellowship afterwards. Please stay for that. We are now going to conduct the Remembrance service, and I'm going to ask Lion Sue Eaton to come up and start the proceedings.
Thank you, Michael. Might just wait a second whilst the doors are closed. And this is a timely reminder, actually. Could I ask everyone to just check, please, that your mobile phones are on silent? That would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, it's quietening down a little bit now. Council Chairpersons, Delwyn, distinguished guests, conventioneers one and all, I'm just taking a second to have a look around this room. It's a long, long time since I've seen this many Lions in a room together, and I'm just savouring the moment. Now, all the work done on the slides and music for today has been put together by two members of our V2 executive. As Michael mentioned, my name's Susan Eaton. I'm a proud member of V2, and I have the privilege of taking you through this ceremony today. Although the proceedings will be tinged with sadness, it's a perfect opportunity to pay tribute to our wonderful Lions, Leos, and Lions partners who've passed away since the last convention. Each and every one of them a treasured member of our Lions family, and to remember with pride and gratitude their dedication to their community, their humanitarian service as members of Lions Clubs International, and all the fun and fellowship that we have shared with them. Our thoughts are, of course, also with their families, and we hope that they have some wonderful memories to bring them comfort. Our ceremony will begin with a short reading. Then, as the slides display the names of those in their district, each district governor and their partner will light a candle to pay their respects. We'll conclude with one final piece of music. When you hear the title, I'm sure that we will all share the sentiments and wish expressed in that song. I read of a man who spoke at a funeral of a friend. He referred to the dates on the tombstone from the beginning to the end. He noted that first came the date of birth and spoke of the following date with tears, but said what mattered most of all was the dash between those years. For that dash represents all the time they spent alive on earth. And now only those who love them know what that little line is worth. For it matters not how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash. What matters is how we lived and loved and how we spend our dash. So think about this long and hard. Are there things you'd like to change? For you never know how much time is left that still can be rearranged. To be less quick to anger and show appreciation more, and love the people in our lives like we've never loved before. If we treat each other with respect and more often wear a smile, remembering that this special dash might only last a little while. So when your eulogy is being read with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about you and how you lived your dash? District 201C1. District 201C2. District N1. District N2. District N3. District N4. District N5. District Q1. District Q2. District Q3. District Q4. District T1. District V14. District V2. District V3. District V5. District V6. District W1. District W2. Thank you to our district governors, partners or representatives. Council Chair Delwyn will now put her candle on the podium on behalf of all districts.
I wish that heaven had visiting hours, so I could just show up and bring the news that she's getting older. And I wish that you met her, the things that you learned from me, I got them all from you. Could I just stay a while? We'll put all the world to rights. The little ones will grow and I'll still drink your favorite wine. Soon that heaven had visiting hours, so I could just swing by and ask your advice. What would you do in my situation? I hadn't a clue how I'd even raise them. What would you do? 'Cause you always do what's right. And we just talk a while until my worries disappear. I'll tell you that I'm scared of turning out a failure. You say, remember that the answer's in the love that we create. So much has changed since you've been away. I wish that heaven had visiting hours, and I would ask them if I could take you home. But I know what they'd say, that it's for the best. So I will live life the way you taught me and make it on my own. And I will close the door and I will open up my heart. And everyone I love will know exactly who you are. 'Cause this is not goodbye, it is just till we meet again. So much has changed since you've been away.
That concludes the service for today. I would just urge everyone to remember to make that dash count the way you would most like it to. Thank you.
Thank you to the Lions of V2 who prepared and put together the Remembrance ceremony for today. It's always a little bit emotional, and we always respect and remember our past members and Lions, friends and family all the time. Thank you. That's the end of today's session. No, you can do it. You got some there? Oh, the boss has some announcements.
Thank you, Council Chair Dallin. And yes, it does bring us to the end of the day. But we had one of the Leos earlier talking about having to go to school and then have tests. So I've just thrown this on you now. There is a test on what you did today, and you're going to have to fill out that. And it'll only be a 20-minute question period, so you're laughing. No marks. Anyway, that is the end of today's session. Tomorrow's session will be the call to order will be at 8:30 sharp. The coffee will open at 7:30, so there is time to come up and have a coffee beforehand, and registration will be open from 8 o'clock. Now, with tonight, as I said, there is a sundowner out in the foyer. We have made arrangements so that it's card or cash, and also because we've finished a little bit earlier, arrangements have been made to bring that forward, so it will kick off at 4:30. Now, if you wish to go away and get changed and relax, and please come back, because it is about fellowship and it's about meeting your fellow Lions and having a conversation. So if you want to go away and get changed, by all means do so, but please come back. But at 4:30 the fellowship will start, and I would like to see everyone there. And you don't have to have alcohol, but it's good to have that conversation. So please come back, enjoy the fellowship with your fellow Lions, and again, that starts at 4:30. So on that note, I'll see you at 4:30, and then again tomorrow at 8:30.